Chapter 300. How he and Bel, the ancient clans, were walking in the same direction as Long Chun and the others. Wherever they passed by, the origin stones on the mechanical beast bodies had just formed. Not only were these mechanical beasts' battle prowess reduced, they could even be said to be completely worthless. Many 8-star and 9-star clans who were at the bottom did not continue to advance. Instead, they chose to stay where they were. Walking in other directions, he kept triggering the mechanical beasts. These origin stones could increase one's chances of comprehending the power of laws. They were useful for the return to Void Realm cultivators to step into the Dao integration realm, condense a Dao body, or even step into the Human King realm. Someone actually came here in advance. The power of the origin stones here is so weak, and they actually know the direction to the next level. I wonder which great clan they belong to. Everyone started making guesses. However, there were many ancient race members present on the sacred mountain. There were also countless entrances that appeared one after another. No one could be sure if more ancient race members had entered after them, or if someone had entered before them. On the other side, the Juin ancient people didn't seem to want to stay here any longer. Like a phantom, they rushed in the direction of Long Chun and the others. However, although he was very straightforward, the faces of the people behind him turned grim. It was because 1,000 mechanical beasts had appeared under his single layer of 10,000 meters. The crowd watched as the Juin ancient people disappeared from their sight, but they didn't dare to say anything. The people from the various clans stared at the thousands of demonic beasts in front of them and said in a deep voice, "Don't move anymore. Let's wait for these mechanical beasts to come over and deal with them together. If he continues to run like this, we will be under too much pressure." It was a pity that the middle-aged, Juin ancient people did not seem to care about their lives at all. In the blink of an eye, the mechanical beasts in front of them were so densely packed that it almost blocked everyone's vision. On the other side, Long Chun and the others immediately noticed the terrifying changes behind them. Thousands of mechanical beasts appeared at the same time, causing the entire space to tremble. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Not only did this scene give the various ancient clans a headache, it was also a disaster for them. When the middle-aged Juin ancient people passed by them, mechanical beasts appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged man seemed to be slightly surprised when he saw them. He didn't expect that there would be such a group of people walking in front of them. Seeing the mechanical beasts appearing one after another at an extremely fast speed, the roars of the mechanical beasts rang out across the plains on the first level. Long Chun looked at the Juin ancient people and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency's actions are too much." The Juin ancient people suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked at Long Chun in a daze, because Long Chun was almost standing at the edge of the second level. In Long Chun's hand was a broken dark green ancient bell. The middle-aged man from the Juin ancient people stared at Long Chun and said indifferently, "With your cultivation, even if you enter the second level, only death awaits you. Naturally, there shouldn't be so many trash here." After saying that, the Juin ancient people seemed to disdain talking to Long Chun and didn't want to waste time. He directly jumped into the second level. Long Chun looked deeply at the man's back, then turned around and walked back with the dark green ancient bell in his hand. This time, his movements were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed 1,000 meters. However, the ancient bell in his hand emitted a green glow that covered his entire body. Not a single mechanical beast appeared on the ground. Not long after, Long Chun saw Yi Hailon and the others. They were exhausted at the moment. If it weren't for Yi Hailon and Jian San, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Long Chun coldly snorted and jumped in front of the crowd. The green glow from the ancient bell in his hand spread out like a tide. The hundreds of mechanical beasts around him seemed to have lost their power and were stunned on the spot. Jian San and the others' attacks suddenly stopped. After seeing Long Chun, they were all delighted. Long Chun nodded to Jian San and the others, then said in a deep voice, "I'll bring you to the second level. Remember, in the second level, don't leave the room until I arrive." Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't know what Long Chun meant, they all nodded at the same time. Everyone took out the origin stones from the hundreds of beasts and followed Long Chun to the entrance of the second level. After sending the people to the second level, Long Chun turned around and returned. No one has ever set foot on the fifth level and beyond. The fundamental reason is that they missed the traps in the first few levels. In this life, with the Sovereign's divine sense and my understanding of this place, I want to see what kind of mysterious existence lies in the last few levels of the sacred mountain. Long Chun couldn't help but feel excited. In this sacred mountain, he was determined to improve his cultivation as much as possible and then set foot in the waste region. Ever since he made a breakthrough in his cultivation from the Leaf family, he vaguely felt 3 souls calling him. He knew that these were the divine beast battle souls. If he guessed correctly, at least 3 of the 9 divine beast battle souls had found their current bodies in the ancient desolation land. Long Chun held the ancient bell in his hand and walked through the space of the first level as if it was flat ground. Wherever he passed, the beasts would be turned back into green light and instantly lose their ability to move. Moreover, wherever he passed, no more beasts appeared. However, this Haotian bell was the easiest item to obtain in the first level because it existed under the portal formation to the second level. There was no danger at all. Long Chun paused his steps, and a faint playful smile flashed across his lips. Looking at the protrusions on the ground below, a cold smile flashed across his lips. Then, his long sword slashed down like a rainbow. As his long sword fell, the 2 human kings of the Gilt Rat clan dug into the ground, along with several Dao integration cultivators. Looking at these Gilt Rats, Long Chun's smile deepened. In his previous life, 5 human kings of this clan came together, and they were the ones who discovered the Haotian sect. In fact, this was also the reason why the Gilt Rat clan had always been valued by the Godwolf clan. Fundamentally speaking, the Godwolf clan gradually possessed combat power comparable to the Spirit Ivy clan. 3 of the reasons were because the Gilt Rat clan had many conveniences in the Divine Mountain. This time, one of the Dao integration cultivators of the Gilt Rat clan accidentally bumped into the Haotian bell under the portal formation on the second level. It was also because of this bell that the Godwolf clan obtained many amazing items in the next few levels in his previous life. The Gilt Rat clan scuttled out from the ground. The moment they saw Long Chun, their expressions turned cold. "It's you. You actually walked in front of us." Long Chun stared at the 2 human kings of the Gilt Rat clan and said, "You 2 escaped last time. This time, you won't have a chance." Long Chun did not expect the Gilt Rat clan to let him go when he had the support of the Godwolf clan. Rather than that, it was better to strike first and subdue the enemy. On the other side, the various ancient clans that were besieged by numerous beasts all focused on Long Chun, who was covered in a green glow. His eyes flickered. Chapter 301. The Seeker of the First Floor. Long Chun held the Haotian bell in his hand as he charged forward. However, not a single mechanical beast appeared. Under the green glow, everyone stared at the item in Long Chun's hand. However, a bolt of lightning caught everyone's attention. Long Chun had just struck the 2 human kings of the Gilt Rats out of the ground, and the 2 of them were immediately covered in ice. Immediately after, a powerful bolt of lightning shot out from between Long Chun's brows and killed the 2 Golden Rat clan human kings. The 2 Golden Rat clan human kings' powerful counterattacks landed beside Long Chun and were actually blocked by the green glow on the Haotian bell. "You're courting death." Seeing the Golden Rat clan's human kings killed by Long Chun in front of everyone, the Godwolf clan's human kings were shocked at first. They were shocked that Long Chun could kill a human king so easily. However, they were immediately enraged. Long Chun did this in front of everyone. He simply did not put the Godwolf clan in his eyes. However, after Long Chun killed the 2 Golden Rat clan human kings, he flew straight to the left. The human kings of the Godwolf clan's human kings released their powerful auras one after another. However, they were blocked by the mechanical beasts. Too many mechanical beasts had appeared because of the middle-aged man from the 9 giant corpse tribe. Even if he wanted to chase after Long Chun, he could not do so. Otherwise, the number of mechanical beasts would only increase. However, Long Chun stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. He saw more than 10 Dao integration stage disciples fleeing in a frenzy. Mechanical beasts appeared everywhere they passed. Long Chun frowned. The surrounding ancient clans all sucked in a breath of cold air. If they allowed these people to continue fleeing, the clans would most likely lose many people in this first floor. However, the ancient clans could not move. They could only take the initiative to eliminate the mechanical beasts in front of them. Only Long Chun, with the Haotian bell in his hand, was unaffected by the rules of this floor. Buzz. Just as the clans were killing the mechanical beasts, the sound of a bell rang in everyone's ears. Ripples spread out from the Haotian bell. With him as the center, thousands of demonic beasts dissipated in the air. The dozen or so disciples who were being chased by the mechanical beasts also stopped in their tracks as they panted heavily. It was not that Long Chun was being merciful, but if he allowed so many people to be chased, the entire first floor would probably be thrown into chaos, which would be extremely disadvantageous for him to search for other items. Unfortunately, just as Long Chun was about to leave, several Human King level experts from the Godwolf clan stood out and surrounded him. Even though there were dozens of mechanical beasts behind them, they did not feel as pressured as before. Hun Xinfan's face darkened when he saw the Divine Wolf clan's actions. He said coldly, "If you didn't eliminate all the mechanical beasts in front of us, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why aren't you heading to the second level?" The middle-aged man who led the group laughed coldly and said, "We didn't ask him to do anything. Moreover, even if he didn't do anything, it would only be the disciples of the small clans that perished. My Godwolf clan must kill him today." After the middle-aged man's voice sounded, the many ancient clans behind him began to laugh. Two great five-star ancient clans stepped forward and teased along with the Green Vine clan member. From the looks of it, you want the green light ancient bell in his hands, right? The Divine Arrow clan also stood out and looked at Long Chun from afar. "Long Chun, if you hand that item over to our clan, we will definitely ensure your safety." The various clans spoke one after another. As they spoke, the Human King level experts slowly approached Long Chun. With the Human King level experts taking action, there were not many mechanical beasts that were sent out. Everyone could easily deal with them. Long Chun stood on the spot and looked at the greedy eyes of the Godwolf clan and the other ancient clans. He sneered and said, "You guys don't seem to understand the situation." The Haotian bell in Long Chun's hand moved again. Long Chun directly charged out of the Godwolf clan's encirclement. The Human King level experts of the Godwolf clan secretly thought that Long Chun was courting death. The four Human King level experts immediately attacked. Their combat strength was far superior to the Human King level experts of the Li clan. However, the terrifying power of rules bombarded Long Chun's body, but was blocked by the dense green radiance. This item can actually block the attack of a Human King. My Godwolf clan must obtain this item. The Human King level experts of the Godwolf clan were shocked and became increasingly greedy. The greed in the eyes of the surrounding people became more and more intense. However, everyone quickly understood what Long Chun had just said. On the first floor, they were not the ones who had the final say. Long Chun was the one who had the final say. The Haotian bell in Long Chun's hand disappeared. His entire body flew 10,000 meters. Although one could not fly in the air, Long Chun's speed was extremely fast. Every step he took caused grass to fly everywhere. Just as he stopped, close to 1,000 mechanical beasts appeared out of thin air. Everyone was startled. Not a single person moved under their feet. With the Haotian bell in Long Chun's hand, it meant that he had complete control over life and death. Once he ran endlessly in this place, he would attract countless mechanical beasts. Most likely, other than the Human Kings of the various clans, everyone would die here. The Human King level experts of the Godwolf clan, who were originally prepared to continue attacking, all had ashen faces. Long Chun stared at them. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of playfulness. He said indifferently, "You don't have to be so anxious to die. There will be plenty of opportunities on the second floor." The human king-level experts of the God-Wolf clan snorted coldly and did not say anything else. They glared fiercely at Long Chun and said coldly, "You will definitely die on the second floor." After leaving them with 2,000 mechanical beasts, Long Chun once again headed to the other locations of the doors. Long Chun even had reason to believe that the method to enter the last 4 floors, which no one had ever set foot on, was hidden on the first floor, and this Hout Hien Bell was the key to finding these things. This was enough to explain why the Hout Hien Bell's ability just so happened to restrain the mechanical beasts on the first floor. And why would the mechanical beasts appear every 10 meters? It was so that no one could explore the first floor. Long Chun looked at the Hout Hien Bell in his hand. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. With the Hout Hien Bell, there was almost no restriction on him. In the blink of an eye, he had already traversed 10,000 meters and headed north. The figures of the various ancient clans behind him became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. The huge tree looked around. Everywhere was a green grassland. It was as if every place was exactly the same. Long Chun continued running. He actually ran at an extremely fast speed for several hours. When he stopped, the ground beneath his feet had already lost its green color. What followed was withered yellow branches and leaves, and countless charred dead trees stood on the ground like ghost claws. No wonder no one was willing to explore the first floor. Instead, they followed the same route to the second floor. With the restrictions of the first floor, to reach the fourth floor, I'm afraid the time will be delayed until the sacred mountain closes. Chapter 302. Mysterious diagram. Perhaps none of the ancient clans would have thought that the first level wasn't actually a complete grassland. Long Chun made a rough estimation. Everyone appeared on the east side, and there was also a door to the second level on the east side. At this moment, he was in the north. Judging from the current situation, there must be different scenes on both sides compared to the southwest. With the Hout Hien Bell in hand, Long Chun slowly walked towards the pitch-black withered trees. It was as if this place had been corroded by a flowing fire. Everywhere it passed, everything was charred black. Even the air was filled with a dry aura. Only the withered yellow leaves beneath his feet did not fit in with such a scene. Instead, it gave off a strange feeling. After walking for several kilometers, Long Chun frowned. This place seemed too ordinary. Long Chun tried to put away the Hout Hien Bell and continued forward. However, this time, Long Chun had only walked 3 meters when the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. The charred dead wood from all directions actually grabbed at Long Chun like ghost claws. Whoosh! Long Chun's facial expression changed drastically. Numerous branches of dead wood swept past his body and actually cut open a wound so deep that his bones could be seen. Wong! The bell rang again. The moment the Hout Hien Bell appeared, everything returned to normal. Long Chun panted heavily as he looked at the withered trees around him that seemed as if they had never moved before. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Divine light flickered all over his body, and the wounds instantly healed. If he hadn't condensed his body of great path, those wounds would have been enough to take away half of his life. In the eastern grasslands, there are mechanical beasts appearing every 10 meters, and in this area of dead trees, there are countless dead trees attacking from all directions every 3 meters. Long Chun muttered to himself. In comparison, this place was far more dangerous than the grassland. After all, once one entered this place, the charred and withered trees were everywhere. It was like a forest. Long Chun did not dare to remove the Hout Hien Bell again. He could only rush forward and try to find a different place. The Hout Hien Bell was hidden in the ground under the door to the second floor. It looked very simple, but the Divine Mountain had opened countless times. Only the gilded rats in his previous life had accidentally run into it. Otherwise, with the door to the second level right in front of them, who would be looking for the so-called treasure below him? If this place was still like this, then Long Chun could only return empty-handed. However, Just as Long Chun was feeling disappointed, the strange flame beast on his left arm cried out, "Do-do! Do-do!" Long Chun suddenly stopped and moved his right hand. The strange fire beast nimbly jumped onto his shoulder. The little guy's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't stop drooling. "What did you find?" Long Chen tried to ask. Little Daodu jumped up and down on Long Chen's shoulder. His short little paws pointed to the distance, and then he started jumping and shouting. Long Chen's feet moved quickly, heading in the direction pointed by the strange fire beast. However, there was still an endless forest of withered trees in front of him, and the withered trees around him were even denser. Long Chen believed that if he were to remove the Haotian bell now, he would be torn to pieces in an instant. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the strange fire beast on Long Chen's shoulder seemed to be unable to wait any longer. It jumped out of Long Chen's body. Its palm-sized body was as fast as lightning. Countless withered trees that seemed to have come alive were set ablaze and turned into ice shards, falling to the ground. Seeing the strange fire beast like this, Long Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and two words appeared in his mind: strange fire. The only thing that could make strange fire beasts crazy was strange fire. Strange fire beasts were the nemesis of all strange fires in the world. They survived by devouring strange fires. In a way, strange fire beasts were even a type of strange fire. Ka. Countless withered trees in front of them turned into ice crystals, covering the entire withered yellow ground. Long Chun held onto the Haotian bell and followed closely behind. The strange fire beast, whose body was formed by the icy blue flame, seemed to be unstoppable here. Do-do. When Long Chun chased after the strange fire beast, he saw that it was hugging a ball of flame that was as black as ink. The flame was surrounded by a terrifying aura of death. Seeing that the strange fire beast was about to swallow it in one gulp, Long Chen's mind moved, and he quickly shouted, "Wait!" The strange fire beast and Long Chen's heart were connected. Long Chen's mind moved, and the strange fire beast immediately stopped. However, its small mouth was still opening and closing, and its small face was extremely aggrieved. Long Chen's heart softened when he saw this scene. He smiled bitterly and said, "Let me take a look at this thing first. If it's useless, I'll give it to you to eat. It's not too late." Unfortunately, even though he said so, the strange fire beast's small hand still held onto this ball of black flame, unwilling to let go. Its pair of large eyes stared at Long Chun pitifully. Long Chun simply did not take it, and directly covered it with his divine sense to observe. This is the Ghost Fire of the Deadwood, ranked 151st on the Strange Fire ranking. Long Chun suddenly realized every strange fire's divine sense would have a unique mark. In his previous life, there were people who specifically recorded it in the realm of heaven. Therefore, when Long Chun saw the center of the strange fire, he immediately knew the origin of this fire. However, he could not help but laugh, because this fire did not have the slightest trace of divine sense. Logically speaking, strange fires were innate creatures. This fire could turn this vast area into such a scene, and it must have existed for a long time. It was very likely that it had existed at the same time as the sacred mountain. It should have almost no less than a human's divine sense. However, it did not. It could be said that this strange fire only had the shape of a strange fire, and it could never grow again. Of course, this was not the reason why Long Chun was excited. The reason why he was excited was because of the formation pattern carved in the flame. This pattern was the way to open the 6th level of the sacred mountain. Now, it seemed that Long Chen's guess was not wrong. This first level, which everyone thought was useless to stop the weak, actually hid the way to go to the next few levels of the sacred mountain. "Okay, little guy, eat." Long Chen looked at the pair of pitiful big eyes and waved his hand with a bitter smile. The strange fire beast hugged the black flame and swallowed it, as if it was a child who was chewing on cotton candy. However, it was eating the strange fire that was ranked on the strange fire ranking. After the beast swallowed the ghost fire of the dead wood, the second of the 7 colored feathers on its neck suddenly lit up, and its small body grew a little. Then, it climbed on a Long Chen's shoulder again and patted its small belly with a look of enjoyment. Long Chen shook his head and smiled. He held the Hao Yin bell in his hand and walked to the other side. Although the strange fire beast was reborn, its consciousness was erased by Long Chen. Now, the childlike strange fire beast was actually the consciousness of the icy blue flame. Chapter 303. Feud Long Chen relied on the Hao Yin bell to travel through the first level. But when he saw the satisfied look on the strange flame beast's face, he couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected the first level of the Divine Mountain to yield such a harvest. A heavenly flame was extremely rare under normal circumstances. But now, in the Divine Mountain, he had encountered 3 of them in succession. Of course, each of them contained a formation diagram. The 3 diagrams were the ways to enter the 6th and 8th floors respectively. As for the 9th floor, Long Chen searched through the first floor but did not find any useful information. Long Chen didn't stay any longer. Holding the Hao Yin bell in his hand, he quickly walked toward the open door on the 2nd floor. The first 5 levels of the Sacred Mountain were already known to everyone, so they could easily reach the next level. When Long Chen arrived at the 2nd layer of the Sacred Mountain, everyone's gaze landed on him. The members of the God Wolf clan revealed sinister sneers. The 2nd level of the Divine Mountain was a ring-shaped space. There were a total of 99 transparent rooms on the walls of the ring-shaped mountain. From the room, they could clearly see the people from the other rooms. At this moment, Long Chen was standing in a room in the north. Jian Shi-san and the others were not far from him, while the God Wolf clan was eyeing them covetously. At the center of the ring-shaped transparent room was a huge clear platform. There were even traces of blood on it. Simple and unadorned runes covered it, causing it to float in the air. Long Chen, do your Dao integration stage subordinates dare to fight me? The God Wolf clan had been staring at Long Chen since the beginning. The leader of the God Wolf clan waved his hand and motioned for a Dao integration stage expert behind him to sneer and raise his voice. At the same time, on the wall of the transparent room, this person was in. Like a ripple on the surface of the water, there was no obstruction at all. This person directly landed on the clear platform. Wong. As this person landed, a few blood-red words appeared in the void above the battle platform. Divine Wolf Bloodline, 4th stage Dao integration stage, 2nd stage Monarch rank, and a soul-dissolving pill. The surrounding ancient race tribesmen shook their heads. Indeed, the God Wolf race had still decided to act against Long Chen and the others. You can challenge the 2nd level as you please. The opportunity inside is to defeat others. The more people you defeat, the more rewards you will receive. If you win consecutively, it is said that you can even obtain a deity-grade medicinal pill. That may be the case, but one of those who step onto the platform must die. It seems like the God Wolf clan intends to kill Long Chen and the others from the Dao integration stage onward. The bloodline of the God Wolf is far superior to that of the gold-plated rat and the others. Although it's only at the 4th stage Dao integration stage, I'm afraid that only the swordsmen among Long Chen's subordinates can fight it. Moreover, the God Wolf clan still has many human kings. It is said that their leader has reached the 3rd or 4th layer of the human king realm. I'm afraid that even if Long Chen is a genius, he will still die today. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Even the members of the 9 Yin giant corpse tribe were watching with interest. Under everyone's gaze, the Hao Yin bell in Long Chen's hand lit up. After a few leaps, it actually passed through the wall and directly arrived in the room where Yi Hailon and the others were. This scene caused everyone's pupils to contract involuntarily. They became even more greedy for the Hao Yin bell in Long Chen's hand. In this room, if one did not step onto the platform after leaving the transparent room, one would be directly torn to pieces by the power of the rules within a few breaths. However, Long Chen relied on the Hao Yin bell to ignore this rule. Long Chen stared at the Dao integration stage martial artists of the God Wolf clan on the platform and said to the people beside him, "According to the rules of this place, everyone will eventually have to fight. Otherwise, they will not be able to reach the third level and will be directly expelled from the sacred mountain. Which one of you is willing to fight? Long Chun did not intend to force them. The strength of the God Wolf clan was not comparable to that of the Dao integration stage martial artists of the gold-plated Rat clan and the other clans. However, this was definitely an opportunity for the Dao integration stage martial artists behind Long Chun to gain experience. Let me do it. As soon as Long Chun's voice fell, a thin and small man slowly stepped forward. This person's name was Yution. Long Chun had some impression of him. He was one of the 30 bloodline martial artists of the Return to Void Realm. Among the 30 Return to Void Realm martial artists, 10 of them had died in the mountain range, and 20 of them had all reached the Dao integration stage. However, only 10 of them were left now. Long Chun stared at Yution for a while and frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything and only nodded slightly. Yution bowed to Long Chun, then leaped out and rushed onto the platform. As Yution jumped onto the platform, a few bloody words appeared in the sky again. Two-headed wolf bloodline, second stage, Dao integration stage. If you win, you will receive a first-grade Emperor-level elixir with a green pattern. First stage, Dao integration stage. After Yution stepped onto the platform, a burst of boos came from all directions. Some people were puzzled. The cultivation levels of the Dao integration stage martial artists of the Godwolf clan had been clearly introduced by the rules of the platform. This person was obviously only at the first stage Dao integration stage. How dare he accept the challenge? However, the crowd soon understood the reason. The Godwolf clan could not help but be startled. Soon after, many disciples sneered. Two-headed wolf bloodline? Wasn't this clan wiped out by the Godwolf clan? So there are still people alive. The Two-Headed Wolf clan was the biggest stepping stone for the rise of the Godwolf clan in the northern region. If not for the compatibility of this bloodline with our clan would not have become a 5-star ancient clan in one fell swoop. The Godwolf clan seemed to be quite familiar with Yution's bloodline. When the Dao integration stage martial artist on the platform saw that Yution actually had the Two-Headed Wolf bloodline, he immediately became excited. Yution stood on the platform and heard the mocking laughter of the Godwolf clan. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. When he raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot. Yution clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips had already sunk deep into his flesh. He said in a hoarse voice, "My clan used to be an ancient clan of the northern region, just like the Shumi clan. At that time, my clan remembered that we shared the same bloodline and saved you and gave you a mountain to live on. However, who would have thought that the root of the disaster would be planted? My clan was slaughtered. You used all kinds of despicable means to repay kindness with enmity. You even used my clan's blood to mutate the bloodline of the Blood Wolf into the bloodline of the God Wolf. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I'm the only one left in my clan. However, when I meet you, I have to raise my sword." Yution's voice was close to a roar. His thin and weak body erupted with a fierce and crazy aura. Long Chun could not help but frown when he saw this. This person's hatred was so deep that he was showing signs of turning into a demon. The Spirit Ivy and many other ancient clans suddenly realized what was going on. However, the Godwolf clan did not seem to have any reaction. Instead, someone shouted, "You can only blame yourselves for being too stupid. What Two-Headed Wolf clan? Since you're the only one left, you should just die." Chapter 304. Blood for Blood. The main reason why the Godwolf clan jumped from an 8-star ancient clan to a 5-star ancient clan was because of the 6-star ancient clan, the Two-Headed Wolf clan. After the rise of the Godwolf clan, the Shumi clan's king of talents withered away and left the ancient desolate land. But who would have thought that with the passage of time, this trip to the Divine Mountain would actually lead to such a predestined showdown? It was a pity that the Shumi clan had become a vassal of the Divine Arrow-E clan, and the Two-Headed Wolf-E clan was left with only a thin and weak man who still possessed the power of the bloodline. In front of him was the Divine Wolf clan, which was at its peak and desired to rule the northern region. At this moment, Long Chun finally understood why he had left the Shumi clan with him. It was because he had a blood feud. Facing the challenge of the Godwolf clan, anyone could shrink back, but he couldn't. Long Chun stared at this person and could not help but nod slightly. He knew very well what kind of power this kind of hatred could bring to a person. Although this person's courage is commendable, he's only at the second stage, Dao integration stage. What's the point of going up against the fourth stage, Dao integration stage Godwolf clan? Let's not talk about this person for now. Look at how the Godwolf clan is eyeing Long Chun and the rest covetously. I'm afraid they will not be able to avoid the second level. That's right. All the ancient clans are watching from the sidelines. Unless Long Chun and the others voluntarily give up the opportunity to enter the third level, what awaits them is a battle with the Godwolf clan. While everyone was discussing this, Utian had already launched an attack on the fourth stage Dao integration cultivator from the Godwolf clan. He had a look of disdain on his face as he moved. A blood-red color instantly spread out from his body, and countless blood-red armors appeared around him. This person's body suddenly expanded by several meters, and his face was ferocious. He actually looked like a wolf beast, especially the blood-colored wolf shadow behind him, which actually transformed into a two-headed figure. When Utian saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The reason why the Godwolf clan could possess such a powerful bloodline was all because of the lives of his clan. Today, blood for blood. Utian's thin and weak body erupted with a towering, killing intent, and the long sword in his hand shot out tens of thousands of rays of light. His whole body shook, and his body, similar to the Godwolf clan, unexpectedly grew several meters in height. On the body of the Leakin, there were actually two Leakin heads, one black and one white. The fur all over its body was black and white, and each hair was like a long sword, flickering with a cold light. With a roar, Utian charged forward. The attacks of the two instantly intertwined, but all their attacks seemed to be restricted, and they were trapped in the center of the floating platform. Bang! The two of them retreated at the same time, and Utian slammed into an invisible barrier. Since the two of them stepped into this place, one of them had to die. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to leave this place. As a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure of the Godwolf clan, his speed and strength were greatly enhanced. The crimson shadow behind him made him seem like a pair of twins, making him invincible. In contrast, the power of Utian's bloodline seemed to be weaker. The rays of light released by the two heads and the sharp fur couldn't cause any substantial damage to the enemy at all. The bloodline power of the Godwolf clan obviously had a huge advantage, not to mention that this person's cultivation base was 2 levels higher than Utian's. The spectators all shook their heads. There was basically no suspense in this battle. However, Utian's body only paused for a moment before he rushed out again. With a shake of his left hand, a long spear appeared. Holding a sword in his right hand and a long spear in his left, he didn't feel the slightest sense of disharmony. "Is this all you've got?" the Godwolf clan member sneered, and his figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, Utian's whole body was thrown out. The evil aura on Utian's body became more and more intense, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed out again. Seeing this scene, Long Chun frowned slightly. If this continued, regardless of whether Utian won or not, he would be possessed by the demons today. The accumulated hatred of generations had already blinded his eyes. Seeing this scene, Long Chun couldn't help but shake his head. His divine consciousness covered the sky and earth and forcibly landed in Utian's mind. "That day, I taught you a divine-level sword technique. Now, I'll teach you a divine-level spear technique and a secret manual. Open your divine consciousness." Long Chin's voice sounded in Utian's mind like an order that couldn't be defied. When he heard Long Chin's words, he subconsciously didn't resist. Then, a series of shadows appeared in his mind continuously. This was practically a divine consciousness inheritance. Long Chun let out a long breath. This kind of divine consciousness imprint was very similar to the inheritance of alchemy and array formations that he had obtained back then. Utian was blasted out again. seeing the God Wolf clan member slowly walking over and about to behead him with a long sword. The surrounding people couldn't help but shake their heads. However, this sword was suddenly blocked by the long sword in Ution's hand. Ution said coldly, "Divine technique, sky-piercing spear. Divine technique, green glow soul-piercing sword." Under everyone's gaze, the eyes of the two werewolf heads on Ution's neck, one black and one white, suddenly flashed with unprecedented brilliance. His left and right hands emitted a dazzling divine light. Whoosh! The air seemed to be torn apart. The two divine-level martial arts techniques were actually executed incisively and vividly in his hands. Bang! The God Wolf clan member almost didn't have the slightest reaction before he was sent flying. However, what awaited him were countless spear and sword divine lights. He didn't even have the time to cry out before his entire body was pierced through. However, Ution's attack still didn't stop. He blasted this person into a blood clot. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned at first, then immediately went into an uproar. This guy can actually cultivate two different divine-level martial arts techniques at the same time, and he has such attainments. Didn't he come from a barren place like the north of the North region? Why does he have two divine-level martial arts techniques, and almost all of them have reached the stage of perfection? It's just that his spear technique seems to be slightly inferior. The God Wolf clan actually lost the first battle. Moreover, it's under the circumstances of being 2 levels higher than his opponent. While everyone was discussing animatedly, Ution turned to look at Long Chun. His eyes were red. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and began to kowtow heavily. This scene was witnessed by everyone. Everyone was stunned, and their faces turned pale. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Could it be that this Ution was taught by Long Chun? With Ution's current battle prowess, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a genius, especially the two divine-level martial arts techniques in his hands. Clearly, their grades weren't low. Could it be that he also learned them from Long Chun? The God Wolf clan members' faces were gloomy. The few human kings leading them stared at Long Chun from afar. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. One of the human kings said coldly, "Why don't you let me challenge Long Chun directly? When the time comes, I'll just kill him directly." Chapter 305. The battle continued. The voice of the middle-aged man leading the God Wolf clan spread throughout the second stage. All the ancient clans kept quiet. The ancient clans were gathered here, but everyone knew that the most powerful clans were the Green Spirit Vine clan and the God Wolf clan. The two ancient clans had many subordinate ancient clans, and their combat power was extremely strong. The middle-aged men leading the God Wolf clan were at the 5th or 6th stage of the Human King realm. Perhaps only a few people from the Green Spirit Vine clan could contend with them. Buzz. As the 4th stage Dao integration stage disciple of the God Wolf clan was blasted into pieces, the blood-red light above the platform began to distort slowly, and an elixir shining with golden light slowly fell. It was an Emperor-grade elixir. It was a 2nd-grade Emperor-grade soul dissolving elixir. The moment the elixir appeared, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to the platform. Long Chun's eyes narrowed. There were cracks on the elixir, but Long Chun was not surprised. In his previous life, he had obtained many Emperor-grade elixirs from this place. The sacred mountain had existed since ancient times. In ancient times, the genius who used arrays to refine elixirs almost set off a wave. It was not surprising that the elixirs in the sacred mountain were cracked. It was a pity that in this day and age, whether it was the path of formations or the path of alchemy, both had the opportunity to become side branches that were at the end of the stream. Cracking pills were almost extinct. A 2nd-grade, Emperor-grade elixir. This elixir is very different from the elixirs in the outside world. Its effect is much better than ordinary Emperor-grade elixirs. The 2nd stage is a place of opportunity for the middle-level and human king experts of the various clans. However, at least half of the people here will be eliminated, or even more. It is very likely that there will be conflicts between the various clans. Because of this, There were many rules in the second stage. When the sacred mountain opened, countless disciples of various clans had died in this stage. Some of them deliberately killed low-level disciples of the same clan because they wanted to cheat, but in the end, they were directly wiped out by the power of the rules produced by the platform. After countless people explored the second stage, most of the people knew a lot about the rules of the second stage. For example, if one side challenged and the other side chose to give up and no one took up the challenge, the rewards of the disciples of the same clan would be reduced. Not only that, but if someone didn't participate in the battle, they would still be forcefully sent to the platform and face the life and death battle. At that time, even people of the same race would have to fight to the death, or they would all be obliterated. No one knew how this stage worked, but in this second stage, everyone had to kill at least one person on the platform. In reality, Long Chun was still pondering. Through his divine sense, he had already discovered that the entire second stage was almost completely surrounded by countless arrays. After all of them stepped into this place, they were all within the array's rules. This array's level was extremely high. Even Long Chun, with his array formation inheritance, could only see a part of it, but could not see through it. Of course, this had a lot to do with his cultivation and formations. On the other side, the 100 Smelting Clan Master, who was standing behind the Divine Arrow Clan, stared at the Emperor-level elixir in Yution's hand. He couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, This elixir, I've seen it before." The middle-aged man, who was the leader of the Divine Arrow Clan, raised his eyebrows and said, "This kind of elixir only appears in the 5 divine lands. Even in the Alchemist Guild of the Waste Domain, no one can refine elixirs like this. Are you sure you've seen it before?" Upon hearing this, the 100 Smelting Clan Master turned to Long Chun and said in a deep voice, "This elixir, Long Chun, once refined it in the 5 great sects. There are many cracks on each of his elixirs." The people around were stunned when they heard this. The middle-aged man from the Divine Arrow Clan couldn't help but take a deep look at Long Chun and said indifferently, "How old is he? Even if he refined an elixir that looks similar, I'm afraid it can't be compared." The Wanjian sect master shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "We forgot to tell you that Long Chun is actually an Emperor-level alchemist. An Emperor-level alchemist." With the Divine Arrow Clan as the center, the people around were all stunned in an instant, and there was an uproar. Long Chun, this young man, is actually an Emperor-level alchemist? Are you kidding me? The elixirs he refined have the same cracks as those in the Divine Lands? How is this possible? Long Chun's combat strength is heaven-defying. If he was born in the 3-star ancient clan of the Waste Domain, I'm afraid his talent is comparable to that of the Taoists. But how old is he? How can he be an Emperor-level alchemist? An Emperor-level alchemist under the age of 20. If this matter is known by the Pill Tower of the Waste Domain, I'm afraid it will attract attention. Everyone exclaimed and stared at Long Chun with strange expressions. Some people even couldn't help but shake their heads and didn't believe the words of the two people at all. The leaders of the Divine Wolf clan frowned slightly, and the murderous intent in their hearts grew stronger. The more talented Long Chun was, the greater the danger to them. If such a genius was given a few years to grow, he would become a terrifying existence. Long Chun heard the crowd's words, but didn't answer. He just stood there indifferently. He stared at Yution and said, "Come back." Since Yution had defeated one person, he only needed to wait until the end of the second stage to enter the 3rd level. There was no need to take the risk for a few Emperor-level elixirs. At least to Long Chun, Emperor-level elixirs were not worthy of his attention. However, when Yution looked at Long Chun, his eyes were full of gratitude, but also hatred and madness. "I, Yution, will continue to challenge the Path Integration Realm disciples of the Divine Wolf Clan." Yution kowtowed to Long Chun twice, turned around, and shouted. He was originally only at the Void Return Realm, but after coming to the ancient Desolate Land, with the help of Long Chun, he stepped into the Path Integration Realm. However, he was destined to never break through to the Human King realm in this life. The Divine Wolf Clan was a 5-star ancient clan and could even compete with the 4-star ancient clan, the Spirit Ivy Clan. He knew that even if he reached the Human King realm, it was impossible for him to take revenge. Since that was the case, he might as well fight with all his might today. Killing one person was one person, and killing two was one profit. Long Chun was stunned. Yu Tian's madness reminded him of himself in his previous life. He would do anything for a blood feud. However, Yu Tian did not have the body of the Arch, so he knew that it was impossible for him to destroy the Divine Wolf Clan. Today, he could only fight to the death. Buzz! As Yu Tian's voice fell, the blood-red words above him changed. Two-headed wolf bloodline, second stage path integration realm. If you defeat him, you will receive a third-grade Emperor-level elixir, Jade Soul elixir. Because he defeated a fourth-stage path integration realm disciple of the Divine Wolf Clan, the reward for defeating him was increased by the rules of the second level. Jian Shi-san, who was beside Long Chun, frowned and stood beside Long Chun. Master, if this continues, he will die. Yi Hailan and the others behind Long Chun also looked at Long Chun. However, Long Chun shook his head slightly. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. This is his own choice. The surrounding people did not expect Yu Tian to take the initiative to challenge the Divine Wolf Clan. He had just defeated a fourth-stage path integration realm disciple of the Divine Wolf Clan, and it was already very dangerous. Chapter 306. Cunning the members of the God Wolf Clan sneered. Before the middle-aged man could speak, a disciple of the God Wolf division leaped out from behind him. Soon, his cultivation base and rewards were displayed on the screen. However, Long Chun knew that there was no suspense in this battle, because Yu Tian was already fighting with the mentality that he would die. Sure enough, although this person was a 5th-stage Dao integration realm cultivator, he was killed by Yu Tian as soon as he attacked. Yu Tian's aura soared rapidly, indicating that he had used a secret technique. The God Wolf Clan suffered defeat after defeat. Upon seeing this scene, Long Chun said to Jian Shi-san, "You should go up as well. This kind of battle will help you improve a lot." Jian Shi-san nodded and jumped out. As he jumped out, 100 meters above Jian Shi-san, another battle platform appeared and directly pulled Jian Shi-san onto it. I, Jian Shi-san, challenge a Dao integration stage disciple of the God Wolf Clan. Jian Shi-san's sharp aura drew everyone's attention. That day, outside of the Shumi clan, Jian Shi-san had single-handedly slaughtered the Dao integration stage disciples of the Golden Rat clan and the Li clan. Second stage, Dao integration stage cultivators without the power of bloodline could obtain first stage Emperor rank if they defeated them. Everyone was taken aback by the bloody words above the second platform. No one had expected Jian Shi-san to not possess any bloodline power. How could an early stage Dao integration cultivator crush all the Dao integration stage disciples of the 3 major tribes? For a moment, everyone felt that the people around Long Chun were all freaks. Everyone from the God Wolf clan had an incomparably ashen complexion. Their group and the Soul Ivy clan had not panicked, but now 2 of them had been killed by the disciples behind Long Chun. The leader of the Divine Wolf Clan was no longer as indifferent as before, and he quickly ordered, "The 2 of you go down and kill them both." 2 disciples of the God Wolf Clan descended. Both of them were at the Dao integration stage 8. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Faced with 2 second-stage Dao integration stage disciples, the God Wolf Clan had actually eliminated 2 8th-stage Dao integration stage disciples. Hun Qianfan from the Soul Greenvine clan grunted coldly when he saw this scene, and then he laughed with ridicule. When did the God Wolf Clan become so thick-skinned? There's a rule between the clans that the challengers of the second test can't surpass the challenger by 3 ranks, yet you directly surpass the challenger by 6 ranks. The other ancient family members nodded in agreement. However, none of them dared to speak out, like Hun Qianfan. The rules of the second level stated that all cultivators of the same cultivation base could accept the challenge. Thus, if a first-stage DAO integration stage cultivator challenged them, theoretically speaking, a ninth-stage DAO integration stage cultivator could also accept the challenge. Of course, as a result, the grade of the rewards would drop significantly. For example, if the God Wolf clan killed Ution, they would be rewarded with a third-grade Emperor-level elixir. However, if the God Wolf clan killed Ution, who is only at the 8th stage DAO integration stage, they would probably be rewarded with a 5th-grade King-level elixir. On the other hand, if Ution won, he would be able to obtain a medicinal pill of a much higher grade than the one who defeated him. The middle-aged man for the God Wolf clan snorted coldly and sneered. They're not ancient family members. They're just relying on the name of the Li clan. If you can't stand them, you can fight with me. The middle-aged man from the God Wolf clan was extremely arrogant. It seemed like he was not afraid of the Spirit Ivy clan at all. Hun Qianfan snorted coldly, but did not say anything else. He was clearly a little afraid. After all, this was only the 2nd level. He did not want to have a direct confrontation with the God Wolf clan. Upon seeing this, Long Chen's expression darkened. He said coldly, "I've underestimated the shamelessness of the God Wolf clan. Since that's the case, let me see what the God Wolf clan is capable of today." As Long Chen spoke, he actually leaped out of the room. Instantly, the 3rd battle stage appeared in the ring-shaped space. I, Long Chen, challenge a DAO integration stage elite from the God Wolf clan. DAO integration stage. Bloodline. If I win, I'll be rewarded with a 3rd-grade Emperor-level elixir. However, the bloody words above his head puzzled everyone. There was actually no information about his cultivation base or the name of his bloodline. Such a thing had never happened before. However, since Long Chen had stepped on the battle stage, the God Wolf clan had no choice but to accept his challenge. Otherwise, even if their DAO integration stage disciples won, the quality of their rewards would be reduced by a whole grade. The middle-aged man from the God Wolf clan took a deep look at Long Chen. There was no doubt that Long Chen's combat strength was comparable to that of a human king. With his cultivation base, there was almost no suspense for him to challenge a DAO integration stage disciple. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said indifferently to someone behind him, "You kill him at all costs." "Yes." Then a burly man jumped in front of Long Chen. The moment Long Chen saw this person, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. DAO integration pinnacle stage cultivation base, God Wolf bloodline. If I win, I'll be rewarded with a 7th-grade Emperor-level elixir. This person's spiritual power was faintly surging, and there was also a tyrannical intent. He wasn't a DAO integration stage cultivator at all. Long Chen's expression remained unchanged. He said to the God Wolf clan, "Human King, I'll kill you. I'll kill all the DAO integration stage cultivators in your clan today." At the same time, on the other side, Ution and Jianshursan had already started fighting with the God Wolf clan. Although Ution had already used his secret technique, he was gradually feeling powerless in the face of an 8th-stage DAO integration stage cultivator. On the other side, Jianshursan's spiritual light was restrained. He was much better off with the power of his sword's soul and various divine techniques. In a short time, the battle between Long Chen and the God Wolf clan had started on 3 battle stages. Seeing that it was still early, the people from the various clans didn't have any intention of challenging anyone. Instead, they wanted to see who would emerge as the final winner. Long Chen has the battle prowess of a human king. He's almost invincible against a DAO integration stage cultivator. I'm afraid all the DAO integration stage cultivators from the God Wolf clan will die here unless they're scared and accept their punishment. The God Wolf clan has already thoroughly studied the first 5 levels of the Divine Mountain. Since they have the intention to target Long Chen and the others, how can they not have any other ideas? Look at that DAO integration pinnacle stage cultivator opposite him. Don't you think he looks familiar? Isn't this person a human king? Why is he on the battle stage with a DAO integration stage cultivation base? Many disciples of the ancient clans suddenly realized that the person on the battle stage was rather familiar. According to the rules of the 2nd level, Long Chun challenged a Dao integration stage cultivator with a Dao integration stage cultivation base. Unless there was no Dao integration stage cultivator in the God-Wolf clan, the human king couldn't appear. If a human king accepted the challenge of a Dao integration stage cultivator, all disciples with the same bloodline in the entire space would be obliterated. This kind of thing had happened before. At this moment, the God-Wolf clan seemed to have used some method to deliberately lower the cultivation base of this person and deceive the detection of the rules of this place. When Yi Hai-Alon and the others heard the bewildered voices of the various clans, they instantly revealed worried expressions. The God-Wolf clan actually had such a trick up their sleeves. This person's cultivation base was probably not as simple as a human king's. Kiki. Chapter 307. Desperate human king. As soon as the God-Wolf clan cultivator finished speaking, he popped several pills into his mouth without hesitation. On the surface, his cultivation level was at the pinnacle of the Dao integration stage, but he actually broke through to the human king stage immediately. However, the blood-red words above the two of them did not change. Then his entire body emitted a deathly aura. Long Chun sneered. This person had completely lowered his cultivation level before entering the challenge, but now he forcefully raised it with pills. This person did not have long to live. This person did not have the body of the arch, although he was once a human king. After consuming so many pills in such a short period of time, the spirit chi around him had reached an unprecedented level. However, he could not digest this spirit chi in a short period of time. There was a possibility that his body would explode at any time. Long Chun even sensed that his dantian had begun to crack and his meridians were disintegrating. However, this person's cultivation level had completely reached the human king stage. The middle-aged leader of the God-Wolf clan sneered. As expected, the rules here do not restrict sudden breakthroughs. The various ancient clans also came to a realization. The rules on the second level were almost all slowly understood at the cost of human lives. Hence, basically no one dared to try anything outside the known rules. A sudden breakthrough from the Dao integration stage to the human king stage was indeed an extremely contradictory point. It was understandable that the God-Wolf clan intended to take advantage of it. However, could Human King really defeat Long Chun? Why is the God-Wolf clan so confident? Previously, before the Shumi clan, Long Chun relied on some kind of special flame to kill the Human Kings of the Li clan and the Ancient clan. Although that's the case, the Li clan and the Ancient clan cannot compare to the God-Wolf clan in terms of bloodline or strength. Moreover, since the God-Wolf clan dares to send this person out, victory is definitely in their hands. Haven't you guys noticed? The pills this person took and the deathly aura on his body. Long Chun cannot win this battle. Everyone discussed animatedly and shook their heads. The Human King of the God-Wolf clan's aura became stronger and stronger. Then he shouted coldly, "Bloodline true form appear." As his voice fell, on the platform in front of Long Chun, a blood-colored demon wolf more than 10 meters long and wide appeared in front of everyone. However, the blood chi around the demon wolf was actually filled with death chi. Today is the day you die. Blood demon wolf transformation. The God-Wolf race's human monarch expert had a crazed look on his face as he tossed another pill into his mouth. Now, everyone finally understood why Long Chun would definitely lose this battle. It was because the exalted monarch didn't intend to live at all. He wanted to perish together with Long Chun. After consuming the secret technique and elixir pills, the cultivation of the Human King of the God-Wolf clan actually reached the third stage of the Human King realm. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-red demon wolf instantly disappeared from where it stood. In the next moment, it charged towards Long Chun like a mountain. For a moment, the entire space began to tremble. The blood chi around Long Chun drowned him in an instant. The sound of explosions and the chi of death filled the entire battle platform. Suddenly, an invisible light screen appeared around the fighting ring and blocked the powerful attack. Is it enough? However, after more than 10 breaths, the blood-red light screen suddenly dissipated. Long Chun was still standing on the same spot, unmoving. Bang! Long Chun transformed into the three-eyed thunder dragon and punched out. The sky was filled with thunder, and the blood chi scattered and exploded in the air. The surrounding ancient clans were dumbfounded. Once again, they were shocked by Long Chen's combat strength. Even when facing the God Wolf race's third-stage human king, he still had the chance to attack. The human king stared at Long Chun with a slightly surprised expression. He said coldly, "Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. However, this will allow me to play for a while longer. Divine Technique, Shadow Blood Claw. Bloodline ability, Blood Wolf, swallowing the sky." As his voice fell, a huge blood wolf appeared in the sky above the battle platform. It opened its huge mouth and released a boundless tearing force. At the same time, every corner of the entire space was suddenly filled with countless blood shadows. Everyone swallowed their saliva subconsciously. Although they knew that this person's attack could not break through the barrier of the battle platform, they still subconsciously took a step back. This human king from the God Wolf race was simply crazy. He did not care about the burden on his body at all. After consuming so many elixirs, he actually used all kinds of secret techniques at the same time. Even if Long Chen's combat strength was monstrous, it would be difficult for him to escape death in this battle. Countless blood shadows rushed out, and the entire space was filled with countless cracks. Roar! A roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Long Chen's third eye suddenly opened. The power of thunder seemed to evolve in the void and rushed out from every corner of the platform. Countless electric snakes filled the entire platform. Divine Technique, Divine Sword Thunder Eclipse. At the same time, Long Chen's roar came from the platform. The surrounding clans were so shocked that they were speechless. They could only see the intertwining light of the blood-red light and thunder on the entire platform. They could not see anything else at all. When the light dissipated, they saw a terrifying bloody hole in the right chest of the human king from the God Wolf race. His left leg was completely shattered. On the other side, Long Chun only lightly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This Long Chun, his combat strength has already reached such a terrifying level. Regardless of whether it is his movement technique or his bloodline ability, he is actually not the slightest bit weaker than the God Wolf race, which has a bloodline inheritance. In less than 10 years, this kid will definitely be able to compete with the Tao disciples of the various heaven-defying ancient clans. Although this kid is strong, I'm afraid he will still die in the second stage today. Look at the human king from the God Wolf race. The human king from the God Wolf race seemed to turn a blind eye to the injuries on his body. With the cultivation of a human king, these injuries were nothing at all. As long as his body was still intact, he could recover in an instant. However, he did not do so. Instead, he laughed wantonly. I didn't expect this. Originally, I didn't have much lifespan left. Although my combat strength has decreased, I didn't expect that I would not even be able to defeat a Tao integration stage brat before I die. However, today you will still die. The moment the human king finished speaking, divine light surged from his body, and countless glaring cracks appeared on his body. He had actually chosen to self-detonate at the moment when he had consumed countless pills and activated the power of his bloodline. He wanted to perish together with Long Chun. The entire space around them turned sluggish. In an instant, a violent and destructive aura exploded in the space of the platform. The rumbling sounded like rolling thunder. The self-detonation of a human king is unavoidable within the space of the platform. There is no way to dodge. Long Chun is finished. The leader of the God Wolf race could not help but laugh. He said indifferently, "He's just a little brat. Does he really think that he can run amok just because he has some talent?" Chapter 308. The beginning of a melee just as everyone was looking at the incomparably violent spirit light on the platform. "You think too highly of yourself." Long Chen's voice rang out again. It was still as calm as ever, as if nothing mattered to him. A bell rang out, shaking the entire second stage. Formless ripples spread out like gigantic rocks being tossed into a lake, creating countless ripples. The tsunami-like spirit light storm that was wreaking havoc in the space of the platform was instantly stopped by the green light ripples. The Houchian bell rose slowly from the platform in front of the various ancient race clans, spinning continuously. The clear sky bell rang, and everything returned to normal. All the ancients were dumbfounded. They stared at the Houchian bell in front of Long Chun. The Houchian bell in the center of the platform was glowing with an ancient aura. It's this bell again. What exactly is this bell? Long Chun used this bell to ignore the rules of the first stage. Now, this bell doesn't fear the terrifying self-destruction of a human king. This person's battle prowess is monstrous, and his bloodline power is only at the level of the God Wolf clan. Looking at the ancient bell in his hand, I'm afraid he's also a person with heaven-defying luck. I'm afraid the God Wolf clan will suffer in the second stage. Long Chun is only a Dao integration expert. If he only challenges Dao integration experts in the second stage, he will be invincible. The surrounding ancient race clansmen were discussing incessantly. All of them stared strangely at the God Wolf clan, whose laughter had stopped abruptly. The members of the God Wolf clan stared blankly at the platform. Many human kings had ashen faces and even felt a burning sensation in their cheeks. The God Wolf clan reigned supreme over the northern divine region, and even the Spirit Vine clan was wary of them. Who would have thought that they would be suppressed by a Dao integration stage cultivator on the Divine Mountain? At the same time, the battle between Jian Shisan and Yu Tian also came to an end. Relying on his mighty sword soul, Jian Shisan's sword techniques had reached a terrifying level, and he had actually killed a member of the Divine Wolf clan who was at Dao integration stage 8. In comparison, Yu Tian was covered in blood, but his eyes were filled with madness. The members of the God Wolf clan were also cut down by a spear and were blasted into pieces. Pucci! Yu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, and the aura around him had almost dropped to the freezing point. It was as if he would collapse at any moment. However, he couldn't help but laugh crazily. Ever since his clan left the ancient desolate land, their inheritance had gradually been cut off. However, their hatred had never been forgotten. Friendship might be hard to remember, but the betrayal and anger in the bones were passed down in the bloodline from generation to generation. On the 3 battle stages, the God Wolf clan suffered consecutive defeats. Within the second stage, countless ancient race tribesmen could not help but sigh. However, none of them dared to utter a single word. After all, they were all filled with reverence towards the God Wolf race. This was only the second stage. There were still 3 more stages. Once they lost the restriction of the rules, only the Spirit Ivy clan would be able to withstand the wrath of the God Wolf clan. Not only that, but there were also the entire 5 stars great clans outside of the Sacred Mountain. No one dared to provoke the God Wolf clan. The blood-red words on the 3 platforms suddenly collapsed, and 3 pills appeared out of thin air. They slowly fell down, covered in veined patterns and covered in a golden glow. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. They cried out in surprise, 2 6th-grade Monarch pills and 1 8th-grade Monarch pills. Everyone revealed a look of surprise and envy. The pills here could not be compared to those in the outside world. Every pill's effect far surpassed that of an ordinary Monarch pill. Long Chun and the other 2 were originally at the early stage Dao integration stage. Now that they had defeated 2 8th-grade Dao integration stage cultivators and 1 human king, the pills they obtained were actually much higher than what they had expected. Long Chun should have obtained a 7th-grade Monarch pill after killing this person, but it was actually upgraded to an 8th-grade Monarch pill. Long Chun waved his right hand and retrieved the Hao Tian bell. He raised his hand and grabbed the pills. It seemed that the rules here had determined that this person had broken through during the battle. Although there was no punishment, the rewards after the victory had been increased. Seeing this, the expressions of the God Wolf clan members became increasingly ugly. Not only had they suffered a crushing defeat, but the other party had also obtained a pill with an even higher grade. Good, very good, the Human King elite, leading the God Wolf clan, said in a deep voice. The few human kings behind him stared at Long Chun with murderous intent. Two of them seemed to be unable to suppress the anger in their hearts and shouted, "Let me go on stage and kill him." Hun Qianfan sneered when he saw this scene. He said loudly, "Long Chun is now challenging the Dao integration stage cultivators of your clan. It's against the rules if you, a human king, go on stage. Be careful not to be obliterated on the spot." Hun Qianfan's words immediately stunned the person who spoke. The rules here were extremely terrifying. Once violated, not to mention him, even a late-stage human king would probably be obliterated instantly. At the same time, many experts of the Spirit Ivy clan behind Hun Qianfan leaped out. "We challenge the Dao integration stage disciples of the God Wolf clan. We challenge the human king elites of the God Wolf clan." Under everyone's watchful eyes, these people actually challenged the God Wolf clan together. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked at first, but they immediately understood. Hun Qianfan was going to completely fall out with the God Wolf clan. On the other hand, everyone also noticed the change in the attitude of the Spirit Ivy clan's higher-ups toward Long Chun. Otherwise, with Hun Qianfan's strength, he would definitely not be able to mobilize the Spirit Ivy clan to fight with the God Wolf clan at this time. When two tigers fought, both sides would probably suffer in the end. However, they would win Long Chen's favor. At this moment, Long Chen's talent and combat strength had attracted the attention of the Spirit Ivy clan. They even had thoughts of recruiting Long Chun. Long Chen nodded slightly and cupped his fists at Hun Qianfan. This action had almost won a 50% chance of survival for Yi Hailon and the others behind Long Chun. Long Chun naturally knew the reason. However, a favor was a favor regardless of the reason. Long Chun would remember this scene. However, after experiencing the incident with the Shumi clan, Long Chun had completely given up the idea of integrating with other clans. He wanted to establish a clan that could dominate the ancient desolate land. After all, he had sensed the existence of the three mythological beast battle souls in the wilderness. Once he reached the wilderness, he would be able to reunite with them. I, Long Chun, will continue to challenge the Dao integration stage disciples of the God Wolf clan. I Jianshi San, I Yutian. Voices resounded throughout the second stage. Every member of the God Wolf clan was enraged. The God Wolf clan members roared, "God Wolf clan, accept the challenge. I'll make them pay the price in blood for today's second stage." Vassal clans of the God Wolf clan, listen up. Challenge the Spirit Ivy clan and everyone behind Long Chun. Everyone who opposes the God Wolf clan today will be considered enemies of the God Wolf clan for the next 3 stages. We won't let them off, even if they leave the Divine Mountain. Following the roars, the entire second stage finally reached an unprecedented state of chaos. The various ancient clans rushed out one after another. There were human kings and Dao integration stage cultivators among them. Buzz, buzz, buzz in the middle of the ring-shaped space. Platforms appeared one after another. From top to bottom, they were like layers of stairs in the blink of an eye. Chapter 309. Void Sword. All the major clans made their moves. For a moment, the second level was in chaos. The battle between the Spirit Ivy clan and the God Wolf clan had begun in advance. If it weren't for the protective barriers on every platform, no one present would be able to resist. Even Long Chun couldn't help but frown. The God Wolf clan and the Spirit Ivy clan had sent experts at the 5th and 6th level of the Human King realm. While observing the surroundings with his divine senses, Long Chun had killed more than a dozen path integration disciples of the God Wolf clan. At the same time, Jianshi San had done the same. When the higher-ups of the Spirit Ivy clan saw the potential of Long Chun and Jianshi San, they couldn't help but nod. They secretly thought that if they could recruit them, the Spirit Ivy clan would have a chance to enter the Waste Domain and become a 3-star ancient clan many years later. The challenge of Long Chun and Jianshi San made the path integration disciples of the God Wolf clan completely fearful. Many of them chose to forfeit directly. A large number of path integration disciples forfeited. As a result, even if the God-Wolf clan won, the grade of their rewards began to decline. On the other hand, Long Chun actually began to point his sword at the human king experts of the God-Wolf clan. The human king experts of the God-Wolf clan were all livid. There were many restrictions here. In such a narrow platform, the Haotian bell in Long Chen's hand almost made him invincible. As a result, a ridiculous scene appeared. The God-Wolf clan, who didn't fear the challenge of the human king experts of the Spirit Ivy clan, actually avoided Long Chun. A few human kings even chose to forfeit directly. Their forfeiture was equivalent to giving up all the resources in the second level. However, the two human kings of the God-Wolf clan, who had always disliked Long Chun and Jian Shisan, actually stood up despite the opposition of others. One of the human kings directly accepted Long Chen's challenge. As he accepted the challenge, the bloody words above Long Chen's platform instantly appeared again. For a moment, everyone suddenly looked over. This bloody word was actually emitting a golden light, which was very different from the bloody words above the other platforms. Soon, everyone discovered the reason. Third level of the Human King realm. The representative of the God-Wolf clan was actually a third-level human king, while Long Chun was merely an early-stage Dao integration realm cultivator. The reward this time was actually a deity-tier medicinal pill. Heavens, it's actually a deity rank pill. Since the opening of the Eternal God Mountain, there has never been a deity rank pill that appeared in the second trial. Even in a fight between experts at the 6th layer of the Human King realm, the winner would only have 2 7th-grade Martial Monarch pills. However, a divine-grade medicinal pill actually appeared this time. Long Chen's cultivation level is actually only at the early stage of the mythical saint realm. Compared to a third-stage human king, there is a difference of an entire level between them. Even the experts of the God-Wolf clan couldn't help but stare blankly when the words deity tier medicinal pill appeared. The participants of the various ancient clans couldn't help but cast their gazes over. The members of the Divine Wolf clan glared at Long Chun and said coldly, "Do you really think that you're invincible? You're just a broken bell, that's all. Once we kill you, our Divine Wolf clan will take your bell." Long Chun revealed a faint smile and shouted loudly, 13, do you dare to fight a human king? Jian Shisan's pupils contracted abruptly. The broken sword in his hand emitted a cold light, making him look like a sharp divine sword. He laughed loudly and said, "Since Master has said so, how can I, Jian Shisan, not dare?" Jian Shisan, second stage mythical saint realm, challenges the human king expert of the God-Wolf clan. How preposterous! The only remaining human king expert from the God-Wolf clan felt an unprecedented humiliation. It was one thing for Long Chun to be able to fight human kings with the Haotian bell. However, even an ordinary mythical saint realm expert dared to challenge a human king. When and where did the God-Wolf clan become cabbages that everyone slaughtered? The leader of the God-Wolf clan was being held back by the experts of the Spirit Ivy clan. However, when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but shout coldly, "Kill these two at all costs." Buzz! When the human king expert of the God-Wolf clan stepped onto Jian Shisan's battle platform with a look of disdain, the bloody words appeared again. Another god-tier elixir. Long Chun and Jian Shisan could now obtain god-tier elixirs as long as they defeated their opponents. After many battles ended, no one started the next one. Everyone's eyes fell on the battle platforms where the two of them were. In the second stage of the Divine Mountain, 2 god-tier elixirs had appeared as rewards in one day. Could Long Chun and Jian Shisan, 2 mythical saint realm experts, really kill 2 third-stage human kings? The leaders of the Wanjian sect and the 100 Smelting sect were shocked when they saw this scene. However, they couldn't help but shake their heads. This was also the reason why they had chosen to subordinate themselves to the God Arrow clan. Although Long Chun was powerful, he was too conspicuous. Now, he had started a fight to the death with the God-Wolf clan. Even if he could win in the Divine Mountain, What about outside the Divine Mountain? There was an entire 4-star ancient clan outside the Divine Mountain. After the higher-ups of the Soul Ivy clan finished their battle, they looked at Long Chun and Jian Shursan and frowned. What they were doing was too reckless. How could they fight a human king when they were only in the path integration stage? Especially Long Chun. He had the Haotian bell in his hand. Since this human king dared to step onto the battle platform, he naturally had a way to deal with him. As for Jian Shursan, the Soul Ivy clan didn't care. They even thought that he would die without a doubt. However, at this moment, Long Chin's words made everyone's jaws drop. 13. This is a fatal sword move. It's called the Void Sword Soul Slashing. There's only one sword move. If he doesn't die, you will. Long Chin's voice rang out, setting off stormy waves in all directions. Countless people looked at Long Chun as if they were looking at an idiot. He actually wanted to use the same sword strike to kill 2 Human King level experts of the Godwolf clan through the hands of 2 people. Long Chin's expression didn't change. The Void Sword art was rare in the world. Even the sovereigns of the 10 Directions' celestial domain coveted it. Long Chun had used this sword art to kill the first sword saint of the 10 Directions' celestial domain and become the sovereign of the 10 Directions' celestial domain. The Void Sword art was said to have appeared 100,000 years ago and had been passed down since ancient times. After Long Chun became the sovereign of the Dragon Territory, he found it by chance when he was searching for the Primal Chaos Golden Codex. However, he only obtained 3 of the swords. No one had seen the last 6 swords. No one even knew if they really existed. The most basic condition for cultivating the Void Sword art was the Sword Soul. Good. I want to see how the 2 of you can kill us with one sword move. The 2 Human King experts of the Godwolf clan's aura suddenly rose to the peak. The power of the rules surrounded them. The 2 Human Kings intended to suppress them with the power of their realms. With his understanding of the rules, Long Chun was not afraid of the rules used by the Human King realm experts. However, Jian Shursan was unable to do so. His entire body slammed heavily against the barrier. With his cultivation base, it was already his limit to defeat a late-stage Dao integration realm expert. He was somewhat powerless against a Human King. Chapter 3:10. Solicitation. A single rule force sent Jian Shursan flying, and the crowd immediately booed. I don't know about Long Chun, but he actually wants to impart swordsmanship at this time. This is simply sending Jian Shursan to his death. This Jian Shursan's talent is also amazing, but why does he want to take Long Chun as his master? How old is he? Long Chun has the ancient bell in his hands, so he can naturally escape unscathed. But his disciple is in trouble. Shut up. Right when the discussions in the surroundings were endless, Sword 13 leaped up and swept out with his sword as he said with a cold voice, "It isn't up to all of you to evaluate how my master is." Jian Shursan's aura, which was as sharp as a sword, startled everyone and made them shut their mouths subconsciously. They didn't know what kind of position Long Chun had in Jian Shursan's heart, seeing that the Human King realm experts of the Godwolf clan behind Jian Shursan were about to attack again. Long Chun's calm voice entered everyone's ears. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chun actually put away the Haotian bell in front of him, and the long sword in his hand moved slowly. Using the soul to control the sword user can cut down all things in the world. What can be cut, people can be slaughtered, and the soul can be used to battle. Swordsmen battle the heavens, slash the heavens, battle the earth, battle slash the universe. Long Chin's voice spread out one after another. Everyone felt like they were in the clouds and did not know what he was talking about. His calm words seemed to be explaining the true meaning of the way of the sword, and there was no mention of martial arts. His right hand gradually began to move. On the other side, Jian Shursan's burning eyes gradually turned blank, and the broken sword in his right hand began to move slowly. Their movements were almost exactly the same, and even their breaths seemed to be synchronized. However, there was not a single trace of spiritual energy around the 2 of them. Everyone looked at each other and stared at the 2 men. For some reason, a chill crept up their spines, but Long Chun and Jian Shisan's movements on the stage were still terrifyingly slow. No one believed that they would actually use such a laughable sword technique to defeat a human king who had already comprehended the power of laws. This was simply a pipe dream. Stop pretending. The two human kings from the Divine Wolf clan couldn't help but laugh as they brandished their weapons and charged towards Long Chun and Long Chun. However, the moment the two rushed out, Long Chun and Jian Shisan both slashed their swords forward. A sword slashed across the crescent moon. A gentle breeze blew by, fluttering Long Chun's clothes and Jian Shisan's long hair. Gradually, the breeze blew to everyone's side. Everyone present could feel the breeze. Although the breeze was weak, it didn't feel like a spring breeze. Instead, it felt like a cold winter blade that ruthlessly slashed at their souls. Poochie, poochie. In all directions, Wei integration stage disciples vomited blood and fell to the ground. Even the human kings from the various clans in the distance couldn't help but turn pale as they stared ahead in horror. Long Chen's sword fell. Jian Shisan crashed to the ground. If not for his weak breathing, everyone would have thought that he was already dead. When everyone saw Jian Shisan's body being sent back to his original room by the power of laws, they all stared ahead. He had left the stage alive. In other words, the human king from the Divine Wolf clan was dead. On the other side, Long Chun was panting heavily. The light in his eyes was sometimes dim and sometimes bright. This sword technique was the first move of the formless sword technique. It was completely executed with the power of the sword soul. It could directly kill a person's soul, but it would consume a lot of the user's sword soul. In fact, Long Chun could have easily killed Jian Shisan by relying on the ancient bell. However, he didn't do so because he wanted to impart this sword technique to Jian Shisan. Facing a human king, it was very likely that Jian Shisan would use the formless sword technique in a life-and-death situation. Seeing Jian Shisan unconscious, Long Chun revealed a gratified smile. Jian Shisan's talent in sword Dao was extremely high. Furthermore, he had a sword Dao heart. His dedication to sword Dao was already deeply ingrained in his bones. Long Chun even had a faint feeling that Jian Shisan would surpass him in sword Dao one day and become the strongest sword sage of this generation. This was why Long Chun nurtured him so much and even imparted the formless sword technique to him in this competition. And Jian Shisan really did use the formless sword technique. The surroundings were silent. Everyone fell into a daze. This sword technique was really too shocking. Two-way integration stage experts killed two human kings with the same sword technique. It was not an exaggeration to say that this sword technique could shock heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. At the same time, under everyone's gaze, two elixirs that flickered with a clear divine light slowly fell, clear light. These were divine-level elixirs. Everyone watched as one of the elixirs fell into Long Chen's hand, and the other floated through the barrier of rules and fell into Jian Shisan's hand. Everyone's eyes flashed with greed. In the second stage of the battle stage, the human king experts fought to the death. However, one could obtain an elixir above the sixth stage of the monarch level. From this, one could see the value of a divine-level elixir. Long Chun put away the elixirs and slowly retreated from the platform and returned to his room. At the same time, the leader of the Spirit Ivy clan directly shouted at Long Chun, "I, Hun Zhan, as the main bloodline of the Spirit Ivy clan, would like to extend an invitation to Brother Long Chun. As long as you are willing to join our Spirit Ivy clan, you can use all the resources at will. We are also willing to accept all the people behind you. If you're not willing to join our Spirit Ivy clan, our clan can also find a supreme-grade Spirit Vein Mountain Gate for you. What do you think?" The Spirit Ivy clan's Hun Zhan did not conceal his voice at all. The ancient clans in all directions sighed. Everyone was amazed. The Spirit Ivy clan was a 4-star overlord clan in the northern region. If Long Chun could obtain this clan's olive branch, he could do whatever he wanted in the northern region. He did not even have to worry about the God Wolf clan. Hun Qianfan also looked at Long Chun with a bitter smile. Originally, Hun Zhan did not allow him to speak to Long Chun, this arrogant person. Now, Hun Zhan was personally recruiting him. On the other side, the Divine Arrow clan's face turned ashen. Long Chun was a disciple of the Shumi clan. He even thought that if he had spoken nicely to Long Chun back then, Long Chun might not have left at all. The Wanjian sects and Hundred Smelting sects sect masters' faces did not look good either. If they had known this would happen, they would not have relied on the Divine Arrow clan and allowed themselves to be exploited. After all, the Soul Ivy clan was his true backer. Long Chun smiled bitterly. The Spirit Ivy clan's words were forcing him to make a choice. It was a pity that Long Chun was unwilling to submit to others. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Long Chun said indifferently, Long Chun will remember today's kindness in my heart. I will definitely repay it in the future. However, we will find an opportunity to establish our own clan. We are not willing to be subordinate to any clan. When Long Chen's voice rang out, the ancient clans could not help but rub their ears. Long Chun had actually rejected such conditions. He had rejected the Spirit Ivy clan's generous offer. Even the God Wolf clan was stunned. Although Long Chen's battle power was strong, he was alone after all. He might be able to take some advantage in the Sacred Mountain today. However, once he walked out of the Sacred Mountain, how could he be the enemy of the entire God Wolf clan? Chapter 3:11. Weapon Domain. No one had expected that Long Chun would actually reject the Soul Ivy clan's recruitment in front of everyone. The expressions of the few middle-aged men from the upper echelons of the Soul Green vine sank. The person in the lead no longer spoke kindly as he said in a deep voice, "Do you know what this choice of yours represents?" Long Chun did not answer, but his meaning was self-evident. The surrounding ancient clans could not help but shake their heads when they saw Long Chen's decision. They felt that this decision was too irrational. The middle-aged leader of the Divine Arrow clan, who had been annoyed just a moment ago, sneered and said, "Fortunately, you didn't follow Long Chen back then. Otherwise, you would have been killed by his arrogance sooner or later. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The three leaders of the 100 Smelting clan didn't know why, but they felt a faint sigh of relief in their hearts. Then they looked at Long Chun and the others and shook their heads without saying anything. Long Chun and the others made the God Wolf clan suffer a great loss in the second round, while the Spirit Ivy clan gained a lot of advantages. At the same time, the battle between the various ancient clans started again. The number of people in the second stage had to be reduced by at least half. In reality, this was far from the truth. Although the sovereign personages of the various clans held back and did their best not to fight against those of a higher grade than themselves, there was still a chance that half of them would die. On the contrary, the number of Dao integration stage cultivators who had died was far more than the average number. Many of them had even challenged the Dao integration stage cultivators one after another, all for the sake of obtaining the pills that were rewarded here. Emperor tier pills were extremely tempting to Dao integration realm cultivators. As the various ancient clans started fighting again, Long Chun looked at the disciples in the room behind him. Since they had entered the Sacred Mountain this time, everyone had been prepared for life and death. This second level was actually not friendly to them. Time flew by. Amidst the sounds of battle, the entire second level was filled with the smell of fresh blood. More than half of the return to Void Stage disciples behind Long Chun had perished, but the Dao Integration Stage disciples fared much better, with only a dozen or so of them having perished. Yi Hailan and Lu Yi were safe and sound. Due to the Soul Ivy clan's interference, they had chosen relatively weak opponents. One by one, the platforms gradually disappeared, followed by an azure revolving door of light appearing in midair. The members of the various races revealed looks of excitement. None of them were overly sad because of the deaths of those who had died. After entering this place, they had already prepared themselves for the possibility of death. Only the members of the God Wolf clan looked gloomy. Many of them looked at Long Chun and the Soul Ivy clan with murderous intent. The second stage was over, and the various ancient clans and their vassal clans had obtained a large number of monarch-level pills. One by one, the ancient race beings leaped into the glowing door and disappeared before the eyes of the masses. Only Long Chun and the others had not entered the third stage. While Yi Hai-Lan and the others were puzzled, Long Chun stared at them and said, "The third stage here is the spirit weapon region. This is also the place with the greatest opportunities for Dao integration stage cultivators and return to void stage cultivators. Don't think about snatching weapons. Instead, cultivate as much as you can." Upon hearing Long Chen's words, everyone nodded. At this moment, everyone followed Long Chen's instructions almost blindly. Looking at Jian Shi-san, who was still unconscious, Long Chun smiled bitterly. If he allowed him to continue like this, he would probably sleep for at least half a month. This was the first time he had used the formless sword technique and the sword soul. It had consumed too much of his divine thought. Long Chen's right hand landed between Jian Shi-san's eyebrows. With his sword soul and powerful divine thought, he forcibly calmed Jian Shi-san's chaotic divine soul. After a short while, Jian Shi-san gradually woke up. He held a divine-level pill in his left hand and the broken sword in his right. "Master, did I win?" Jian Shi-san asked subconsciously. Long Chun laughed involuntarily. Yi Hai-Lan and the others around him also shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Not only did they win, but both he and Long Chun had killed a human king expert with a single strike. Long Chun patted Jian Shi-san's shoulder and looked at the long sword in his hand that had broken when he was condensing the sword soul. He smiled and said, "Let's go." The next stage happens to be the spirit of weapons domain. With your understanding of the way of the sword, you should be able to improve your cultivation again in this stage. After Long Chun finished speaking, everyone entered the light gate one after another. After a moment of dizziness, everyone took a step forward and appeared in another strange scene. After entering this place, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. They felt a piercing chill in their faces, as if countless sharp blades were coming at them. The wind was strong and mighty, and the black wind did not stop. Looking ahead, everyone gasped. There were 8 large mountains in front of them. The mountains were pitch black, and there were weapons of different shapes on them. There was a tombstone in front of each weapon. Whimpering sounds could be heard. Long Chen's aura suddenly dissipated, and the power of rules surrounded him, enveloping the disciples behind him. Looking at the 8 mountains, he said, "As long as you don't enter the mountains, you'll be safe." The spiritual energy here is far superior to the outside world. I'll set up a formation for you. You can cultivate here in peace. Everyone nodded. At the same time, almost all the ancient clans were doing the same thing. The spiritual energy in the spiritual weapon area was even more abundant than the spiritual energy above the supreme grade spiritual vein. Not only that, there would be a spiritual energy tide every 2 hours on the mountains, and it would release boundless spiritual energy and weak power of rules. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Long Chun explained, "This mountain of soldiers is also a grave for soldiers. Every weapon has a trace of the rules comprehended by the predecessors. It will be of great benefit to you. If you can comprehend the true meaning of the rules, you'll have a chance to break through your current realm." Everyone was stunned, and then they were filled with excitement. Even Yi Hai-Lan and Jian Shi-san could not help but sparkle in their eyes. Long Chun once said that those who entered this place would have a chance to enter the virtual entity realm, and those who entered the virtual entity realm would have a 1 in 100 chance of entering the human king realm. It turned out that he was talking about this place. Many human kings of the various clans in the northern region had obtained their opportunities here. Long Chun and Yanli began to set up the formation tacitly. The various clans also distanced themselves. This third stage was different from the other stages. Everyone hoped to break through here as much as possible. In some ways, the third stage was more like a reward. In comparison, as long as they did not retrieve any weapons, there would not be any danger. After the formation was set up, Long Chen stared at Jian Shisan and said, "Your sword is broken. Do you want to find another one?" Jian Shisan looked at the broken sword in his hand and shook his head. He said to Long Chen, "This sword came from the mountains and accompanied me for more than 20 years. Its shape is broken, but its meaning is not." Long Chen was stunned. He looked deeply at Jian Shisan, and his eyes were filled with gratification. Jian Shisan was really born for swords. Chapter 312. The ninth mountain. The various clans were all prepared. After setting up the formation here, many human kings had already begun to walk towards the 8 great weapon mountains. After Long Chen stepped into the mountain, Hun Xianfan approached Long Chen and said, "The God Wolf clan will definitely attack you in these 8 military mountains. You'd better be prepared." Long Chen nodded. Seeing Long Chen's reaction, Hun Xianfan continued, "As long as you agree, the promise of the Spirit Ivy clan will always be kept." Hun Xianfan turned around and walked towards one of the military mountains. The weapons in the military mountains were at least King Grade 5 and above. There were also many Emperor-grade weapons, but it was extremely difficult to obtain them. There was a tombstone in front of each weapon. Once a weapon was taken out, a spirit beast would appear. The higher the grade of the weapon, the greater the danger. Long Chen spread out his divine sense and walked straight towards the 5th military mountain on the left. He had been here in his previous life. There was a 9th grade Emperor-grade spirit sword on the 5th military mountain. This spirit sword was called Heaven Destruction. It was compatible with Long Chen's sword soul. If he could obtain it, his battle strength would increase by at least 30%. Not long after Long Chen stepped onto the 5th military mountain, 3 human king experts followed him from afar. With his divine sense, Long Chen naturally knew that these 3 people were human kings of the Divine Wolf clan. One of them had even reached the 4th stage of the human king realm. 2 were 3rd grade of the human king realm, and 1 was 4th grade of the human king realm. This lineup showed how much importance the God Wolf clan attached to Long Chen. Long Chen's battle strength in the 2nd stage was too shocking. However, the 3 did not immediately take action. They were afraid of the Spirit Ivy clan. They were probably waiting for Long Chen to go deeper into the military mountain before taking action. In my previous life, I knew nothing about arrays. Now, it seems that the Divine Mountain is full of rules and arrays. It's really a work of art. Long Chen used his divine sense, and arrays appeared in his eyes. After going through the first 2 stages, Long Chen also had some understanding of the Sacred Mountain. Relying on the inheritance of formations, he had a much better understanding of this place than he had in his previous life. Whether it was the first layer or the second layer, or even the current Soldier Mountain, every inch of the ground seemed to have array formation laws running through it. Rather than calling this place a Soldier Mountain, it would be better to call it a Formation Mountain. Looking at Long Chen under his feet, he couldn't help but sigh. In his heart, he was even more in awe of the Array Dao. Ever since he received the inheritance of the Array Dao, he had always used the Array Dao as his core to supplement his cultivation. Now, it seemed like during the ancient times when the Tao of formations flourished, the path of formations could be said to be miraculous and capable of forming a world of its own. Walking on the 5th ice mountain, Long Chen did not stop at all. His goal was very clear. This action caused the 3 human kings of the God Wolf clan behind him to be somewhat puzzled. One of them even whispered, "All the clans enter the mountains to search for weapons. Why is he heading towards a valley? Could it be a trap?" "Humph, I think you've lost your courage. How long has he been in the ancient desolate land? I'm afraid he doesn't know anything about the Soldier Mountain. Moreover, this place is not like the 2nd stage. His mysterious ancient bell can't save his life." The 3rd human king sneered and said, "Although this person's battle strength is exceedingly high, it's no different from a lunatic's ravings if he wants to defeat the 3 of us. The rules of the Soldier Mountain exist. Any weapon from the outside world cannot be used here. Instead, it will be restrained by the mountain. Without the long sword and the ancient bell, let's see what he can do today." The three human kings spoke one after another. They already had the intention to kill Long Chun. After speaking, the first human king shook his head fiercely. The three human kings suddenly sped up and followed closely behind Long Chun. Long Chun seemed to turn a blind eye to the three human kings. In fact, Long Chun knew the rules of this place as well as the other two human kings. Gradually entering the valley, the black wind became more and more chilly. It was as if the weapons on the mountain had come to life. The violent wind was like a tide. The three human kings couldn't help but slow down. On the other side, Long Chun's footsteps became even faster. At the same time, for some unknown reason, every step he took seemed to be filled with an indescribable rhythm. Long Chun didn't raise his head. The array patterns in his eyes became clearer and clearer. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Deep into the valley, Long Chun suddenly stopped. Looking at the weapons around him, his eyes flashed with a trace of light. This third stage, there was a problem. Long Chun seemed to have discovered something extremely shocking. Looking around, he suddenly pulled out a long blade from under his feet with his right hand and threw it out fiercely. Immediately after, the tombstone shattered with a loud bang. A spirit beast the size of a small mountain whizzed out. The long blade that Long Chun threw out actually flew straight back and landed on its original spot. Long Chun's eyes flashed again. He actually didn't care about the spirit beast behind him. After rushing out for less than 100 meters, he actually pulled out a long dagger axe. Roar, roar. The long dagger axe danced in the air. Long Chun still didn't have the slightest interest in it and directly threw it out. His eyes were fixed on the ground as if he wanted to catch every single change. The second spirit beast appeared. Fortunately, the grades of these two weapons weren't high. They were only 7th grade king rank weapons. This spirit beast only had the combat strength of an early stage human king. The spirit beast's entire body was illusory. It had a malevolent face and was covered in scales. It was extremely terrifying. When the three members of the God Wolf clan saw that Long Chun actually pulled out 2 weapons in succession, they immediately sneered. The leader said in a cold voice, "This person really doesn't know anything. If this continues, I'm afraid that we won't have to do anything. If he pulls out a few more weapons, this spirit beast will tear him apart." However, before he finished speaking, the expressions of the other 2 human kings changed greatly. They pointed their fingers in the direction that Long Chun left. One after another, the weapons were thrown out rapidly and then rolled back. One after another, spirit beasts scuttled out continuously. In the blink of an eye, there were actually close to 20 spirit beasts that appeared on the 5th mountain. Their roars rose and fell one after another, causing the various races on the other 7 mountains to raise their eyebrows. At this moment, Long Chun's face was somewhat flushed. Although he didn't use any movement technique, his speed was getting faster and faster. It was as if he could cross more than 10 meters in one step. Long Chun looked at the spirit beasts behind him and the weapons that were thrown out and returned to the mountain. He suddenly laughed loudly. He discovered an astonishing fact. This place, there was a 9th mountain of soldiers. Relying on his powerful divine sense and the inheritance of arrays, although Long Chun couldn't see through the entire 3rd checkpoint's vast array, he discovered a subtle change within it. Every time a weapon was pulled out, the array would fluctuate. Moreover, hidden within these fluctuations was the 9th main array vein. At the same time, Long Chun looked at the spirit beasts that pounced at him from behind. Streaks of spirit light appeared on his right hand, and his body moved like an illusion. Chapter 313. Soul Beast Transformation. More than 20 soul beasts were extremely ferocious. Their bodies seemed real and illusory. Their enormous spiritual energy was close to that of a human king. However, Long Chun turned a blind eye to them. He knew that these so-called soul beasts were actually formed by the power of an array. Rather than calling them soul beasts, it was more appropriate to call them array beasts. Buzz. As Long Chun's fingertip continuously tapped on the ground, the dust moved slightly and a ripple spread out. In the distance, the 3 human kings of the God Wolf clan quickly arrived. Seeing that Long Chun was already surrounded by more than 20 soul beasts, their faces revealed ridicule. The three of them did not even have the intention to attack. Although these 20 soul beasts were not of high ranks, if they attacked, Long Chun would be half crippled even if he did not die. They could easily take his head back and claim credit. The three of them even moved closer, wanting to see the scene of Long Chun being crushed by the soul beasts. However, the moment they saw Long Chun, their faces suddenly froze. The moment the 20 soul beast claws were about to touch Long Chun, they actually froze in the air. At the same time, Long Chun slowly raised his head and looked at the three of them with a playful gaze. The three of them did not know why, but at this moment, something strange happened. The 20 soul beasts actually turned around and charged towards the three of them as if they did not see Long Chun. The three of them trembled with fear. Their faces were full of fear as they stared at Long Chun. They were not afraid of the 20 soul beasts in front of them. After all, these soul beasts were not of high ranks. Although it would take some effort to deal with them, it would not be life-threatening. They were afraid that Long Chun seemed to be able to control these demonic beasts. Being mountain belonged to the third level of the sacred mountain. The various ancient clans were very familiar with the rules of this pill. Under normal circumstances, this third level would not have any danger. The weapons here were not something that could be taken away. However, if one casually took out a weapon, it would attract the soul beast attack. Normally, this soul beast would only attack those who drew their weapons, but today, it had turned to attack the three of them. The three of them couldn't understand what was going on. They retreated step by step as they stared at Long Chun. If Long Chun could really control the soul beasts here, then they would be courting death if they continued to chase after him. Seeing more than 20 soul beasts pouncing over like a small mountain, the three human kings actually turned around and fled. Unfortunately, they had only run for less than a kilometer when a person appeared in front of them and blocked their path. This person was Long Chun. The three of you have been following me for so long. Aren't you here to take my life? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Long Chun sneered. The three human kings from the God Wolf clan had a sudden change in their expressions as they looked at Long Chun in disbelief. Originally, the three of them were still quite a distance away from Long Chun, but when they ran with all their might, Long Chun actually blocked their path in the blink of an eye. What was going on? They didn't know that Long Chun had only used some small tricks in the array here. Although his cultivation in array formations was only around the third grade of the king rank, he could see some tricks in the array formation in this mountain by relying on his sovereign rank divine sense. Although these things were just a drop in the ocean for the entire third level, a little bit of use had an unexpected effect. The three of them had gloomy expressions as they said, Long Chun, don't court death. Although we don't know how you made the demonic beasts change their target, if the three of us go all out, you won't be able to use your weapon here. I'm afraid you'll have a slim chance of survival. The three of them didn't seem to want to be entangled with Long Chun here. However, it was clear that they weren't afraid of Long Chun's battle strength, but rather his previous actions. It was a pity that since Long Chun had chased them here, there was no reason for them to leave. Originally, Long Chun had planned to find the Emperor rank weapon before making his move, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. With more than 20 soul beasts comparable to the early stage of the king rank, killing the three of them wasn't a difficult task. Before Long Chun could make a move, the 20 demonic beasts behind the three of them had already pounced on them. The three of them suddenly had a stern expression as they said coldly, "Since you want to die, then don't blame us." At this point, the three of them couldn't care too much. Immediately, two of them blocked the 20-plus soul beasts behind them, while one of the human kings rushed toward Long Chun. This person didn't go all out, as he wanted to wait for the two people behind him to temporarily repel the soul beasts before killing Long Chun in one fell swoop. However, when he moved his long fist and used the power of a human king to communicate with the laws of the sky, a pitch-black flame suddenly swept out from Long Chun's right arm. Crackle, crackle. The black wind on the entire Soldier Mountain suddenly paused, and the deathly aura on Long Chun's right arm rose, causing the surrounding black flame to distort the air. That human king from the God Wolf clan died in the blink of an eye, and he didn't even know what the black flame was. The other two human kings didn't even have time to react. However, when Long Chen's hand flickered like a sword light and attacked them, they were shocked to discover this scene. How is this possible? A human king died just like that. How did you do it? Run, this person is too strange. For a moment, the two of them felt their hair stand on end, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. The strange flame on Long Chen's right arm made them tremble with fear. Unfortunately, Long Chen's voice sounded like it came from hell as he said indifferently, "Void sword, soul slash." Buzz. Long Chen and the other human king who were about to make a move suddenly froze on the spot, and they only felt a void sword penetrating into the depths of their souls. Pucci. The other human king, with a slightly weaker cultivation, was instantly torn to pieces by the soul beast behind him. The only remaining fourth stage human king expert spat out a mouthful of blood as a bone-deep wound tore open on his back. This person didn't dare to stay for a moment, and a talisman paper appeared in his hand. It instantly exploded, and he disappeared into thin air. Long Chen frowned slightly and snorted coldly, thinking that his cultivation was still insufficient, and he could only rely on the power of the mysterious flame to kill 3 human kings. If this fourth-layer human king was careful, Long Chen would have a hard time fighting him. However, on the other hand, Long Chen was more interested in the mysterious flame beast. This beast could devour mysterious flames, and then retain the power of the mysterious flames. In other words, the more mysterious flames this beast devoured, the more mysterious flames Long Chen could use. Not only that, his heavenly dragon vein was also transforming at an extremely fast speed as he kept killing ancient clans with bloodlines in the past 2 days. First, I'll take out that 9th grade monarch ranked spiritual sword. After all, the heaven-shattering sword is compatible with my sword soul, and then I'll think of a way to enter the 9th mountain. I want to see what's so special about the 9th mountain that hides its aura. Chapter 314. The Decision of the God Wolf Clan. The members of the God Wolf Clan used the Earth Escape Talisman to return to the God Wolf Clan at the entrance of the 5th mountain. They lay on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in the lead frowned slightly and said coldly, "You killed Long Chen after losing 2 people? What a waste." Although Long Chen's combat strength was strong, he had sent 3 human kings this time. Weapons could not be used on the sacred mountain, so it depended on the use of spiritual power and the power of rules. In his opinion, Long Chen was only a Dao integration stage cultivator. If it were not for his exceptional swordsmanship, he would have been defeated by a level 3 human king. However, only one person had returned, which surprised him. However, he soon noticed that this 4th stage human king's face was purplish-green. There was even a deep wound on his back that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Don't tell me that the 3 of you failed to kill him, and 2 of you died? The middle-aged man's voice was full of killing intent. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped a few degrees. The Dao integration stage disciples of the God Wolf clan, who were cultivating in the array behind him, kept quiet. The level 4 human king knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Second Elder, please forgive us. This person is too strange. His formless swordsmanship can be performed with spiritual sword chi. Not only that, but the strange black fire can kill a king instantly and even annihilate his divine soul. Yes, he can also control soul beasts. I don't know why more than 20 soul beasts charged at the 3 of us. This is something I have never seen before." The man's words were chaotic. It was obvious that he was afraid of the middle-aged man in front of him. The other members of the God Wolf clan looked at each other with bewilderment in their eyes. One of them couldn't help but say, "This person's swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary, but isn't it a little too unbelievable that he can control soul beasts? This person has too many trump cards. Not only is his battle prowess incredible, but it seems like he's also a person with incredible luck. We must eliminate him in the 3rd stage no matter what." An old man at the 5th stage of the human king realm said coldly. The voice of the middle-aged man in the lead, who was addressed as the second elder, was extremely cold as he said, "Not many mortal kings from the various clans have obtained an emperor rank artifact from this place, so they'll probably search carefully for it. The Soul Ivy clan is the same as well. Have all the human kings of our clan come back and kill Long Chun on Diwu Bing Mountain. We must make sure that the Spirit Ivy clan and the other ancient clans have no chance to rescue him." The Godwolf clan had always been somewhat fearful of the Spirit Ivy clan. If the Spirit Ivy clan still chose to recruit Long Chun, they would definitely fall into a passive position. Instead of continuing like this, it would be better to take down Long Chun in one fell swoop. It had to be said that this middle-aged man called Second Elder had a very accurate grasp of the current situation. Facing Long Chun alone, he actually chose to have all the human king experts of the clan return and surround the 5th Soldier Mountain. With such swift and decisive actions, even if the Soulvine clan reacted, they would probably have to think twice before recruiting Long Chun again. Long Chun had no idea about this situation at all. At this moment, he had already gone deep into the Soldier Mountain. Relying on the memory of his previous life, he also found the location of the 9th grade Emperor rank spiritual sword. The sword was blue-gold in color. There were 3 notches on the blade and 5 broken formation patterns on it. The sword hilt was engraved with the words "Incomplete Heavenly Sword." Its blade was not enough, and its formation was not completely incomplete Heavenly Sword. Long Chun had also tried to find someone to perfect this sword in his previous life, but even the person who had reached the peak of refining could not do it. The formation patterns on this sword were innately formed. They could not be done or damaged, but even so, this sword had already reached the 9th grade Emperor rank. As soon as Long Chun approached the sword, he felt a resonance from his soul. Buzz! This time, Long Chun did not make a move. The incomplete heavenly sword actually soared into the sky with a clang. It directly drew a blue light in the sky and then fell into his hand. The corner of Long Chun's mouth gradually revealed a smile. He said indifferently, "We meet again, old friend. This feeling is really familiar." In his previous life, Long Chun had been unwilling to give up on this sword even after he had reached the Sovereign Realm. However, in the final battle, this sword had become his weakness. A 9th grade Emperor-ranked spiritual sword was simply too weak for other sovereigns. However, some things were just so wonderful. Just like Jin Shursan was not willing to give up the sword in his hand, Long Chun also had an inseparable love for the incomplete heavenly sword. When the incomplete heavenly sword fell into Long Chun's hand, the tombstone also instantly shattered. A spirit beast suddenly appeared. Long Chun's mouth revealed a smile. With the 9th grade Emperor rank spiritual sword in his hand, if he met the 3 people just now again, he was confident that he could kill them without using the strange fire. Although Soldier Mountain was restricted by the rules and could not use weapons from the outside world, it did not reject weapons that originally existed here. Long Chun did not use the formation to erase his traces. Instead, he chose to attack the beast with the incomplete heavenly sword in his hand. His sword skills were sharp, and in the blink of an eye, he had already exchanged 100 moves. A demonic beast that was comparable to a 4th grade human king was finally killed by his sword. The incomplete heavenly sword also produced a clanging sound, as if it had completely acknowledged Long Chun. Since I have obtained the incomplete heavenly sword, I will go and see what is so strange about the 9th mountain that it was actually hidden here. Long Chun relied on his powerful divine thought and occasionally took out a weapon to observe the place where the 9th formation pattern led to. However, he quickly frowned because he discovered that the 9th formation pattern actually led to the peak of Soldier Mountain below him. As he gradually approached the peak, the incomplete heavenly sword in his hand could not stop its clanging sound, as if it was attracted by something. Seeing this scene, Long Chun's heart suddenly moved. In his previous life, when he reached the peak of the mountain, the incomplete heavenly sword also did this, but he did not care. In this life, he had the legacy of formations and the divine thought of a sovereign. Only then did he discover that the incomplete heavenly sword might have sensed the existence of the ninth mountain, or rather, something within the ninth mountain. Standing at the peak, Long Chun looked at the 8 mountain peaks and discovered that there was not a single weapon within 100 meters of the mountain peaks. Long Chun was about to continue investigating when he saw the human kings of the God Wolf clan coming from all directions. The entire God Wolf clan had actually sealed off this mountain. This was a formation of encirclement. Long Chun suddenly frowned, and his heart sank. He did not expect the God Wolf clan to be so decisive, mobilizing all the human kings in one go to kill him. Since you all want to come, we might as well make things bigger. Long Chun coldly snorted and muttered to himself. Long Chun turned around and rushed to the middle of the mountain peaks. Wherever he passed, countless weapons and soul beasts appeared. At the same time, he quickly sensed the changes in the ninth formation pattern. If he guessed correctly, the peak of the 8 mountain peaks was the passage to the ninth mountain. Chapter 315. Jian Gailong Chen's speed was extremely fast as he traversed through the mountain of soldiers. The weapons that he had thrown out flew back to him in the blink of an eye and stabbed into the ground again. However, the remaining spirit beasts roared through the entire mountain of soldiers. The various large Sunmi and the other ancient race king level powerhouses on the mountain of soldiers could not help but feel the strange movements on the mountain. The people on the 5th mountain of soldiers immediately discovered that the God Wolf clan's king-level powerhouses had gathered. Long Chun was wantonly pulling out the weapons on the mountain of soldiers. Quickly descend the mountain. It seems that the God Wolf clan is determined to kill Long Chun. We don't want to be implicated. Has Long Chun gone mad? He's actually unleashing his soul beast so recklessly. He's not crazy. He's cutting off all means of retreat. With so many God Wolf clan's king-level powerhouses here, who can save him? Even the Spirit Ivy clan would have to think twice. The people on the 5th mountain of soldiers with Long Chun fled in all directions in panic. The God Wolf clan's king-level powerhouses on the mountain did not stop them. The God Wolf clan only had one target, Long Chun. The God Wolf clan watched Long Chun release the spirit beasts. The leader of the God Wolf clan, the second elder, coldly snorted and ordered, "Hurry up, surround, and kill him. Don't worry about these spirit beasts." On the other side, Long Chun also stopped his actions. Although he had some understanding of the mountain's formation, he was unable to completely control the spirit beasts. Now that there were close to 50 spirit beasts, he could barely erase their traces. However, he could not continue. Spirit Ivy clan's Hun Xianfan was on the 3rd mountain of soldiers. When he saw this scene, he immediately asked for instructions from the Spirit Ivy clan's higher-ups. Now that Long Chun has fallen into a desperate situation, if our clan can save him, he will not be able to reject us. Hun Xianfan had a good impression of Long Chun. Unfortunately, he only received a cold laugh in reply. The leader of the Hun Greenvine tribe said in a mocking tone, "Everyone, head to the 5th mountain. However, you are not allowed to make a move without my permission. It won't be too late for us to make a move when Long Chun begs us for help. This is good. This Long Chun is too arrogant, and we should dampen his spirit. Now my Soul Greenvine clan is his last chance to survive." The Green Soul Vine clan also arrived at the bottom of the 5th mountain and stepped inside. The leader of the God Wolf clan snorted coldly, but he did not care. Long Chun's talent was too terrifying. Now that the Soul Ivy clan and the God Wolf clan had become enemies, they naturally would not let go of any opportunity to recruit Long Chun. Charge with all you might. Don't worry about the Soul Ivy clan behind you. Swear to kill Long Chun. The order of the second elder, who was the leader of the Soul Ivy clan, spread out like a great bell. One by one, the human kings charged up from below, while the savage soul beasts pounced down from above. The battle was about to begin. Human kings had laws like the tide, and their spiritual energy was as vast as the sea. One soul beast after another was killed, and the human kings charged up from the bottom of the mountain. They crossed the valley and charged toward the highest peak Long Chun was at. After killing 50 soul beasts, even the Godwolf clan had lost several human kings. However, Long Chun stood at the peak, not moving at all. Flames coiled around his right arm, and 4 colors alternated, but his eyes were always looking at the sky. Suddenly, the flames on his right arm scattered, and he smiled. The 9th mountain. So this is how it is. As he spoke, the incomplete Heaven Spirit sword in his hand was unsheathed, and the will of the sword's soul soared into the heavens. The powerful sword radiance and vast sword intent caused everyone's pupils to constrict. Even many members of the Godwolf clan stopped in their tracks. Buzz. The sword radiance in Long Chen's hand did not disperse for a long time. In the dusky sky where the black wind did not stop, a divine radiance gradually blossomed, as if a heavenly realm was hidden in the void. The colorful radiance was like an illusion, and it was like a thin flame that was ignited by Long Chen's sword radiance. Soon after, it spread out like a ripple, opening up the entire sky. The colorful radiance was like sunlight, and it slowly spread from the top of the 8 military mountains to the middle of the mountain, and then to the bottom of the mountain. It illuminated the 8 military mountains of the 3rd checkpoint. Walala! The sword hummed like the tide, and the sword vibrated like the wings of a cicada. Countless sounds boomed. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, everyone turned pale with fright, and they subconsciously raised their heads. It was a mountain with green mountains and clear waters, and maple leaves that shone like brilliance. There were no swords on the mountain. There was only a collapsed pavilion. Although the pavilion had collapsed, there was a signboard that did not fall. The signboard was named Sword Pavilion. This is the 9th mountain of the Spirit of Weapons region. This place is actually above the sky, the peak of the 5 military mountains. The vast divine radiance must contain a great opportunity. How did Long Chun find this place? What were we waiting for? The 5 pillars of light at the peak of the 5 military mountains must be the entrance to the 9th mountain. This is a heaven-defying opportunity for our clan. The appearance of the 9th mountain completely disrupted the thoughts of the various clans. They all rushed toward the peak of the military mountains, and no one dared to look for their own long swords on the 8 military mountains. At the peak of the 5th military mountain, Long Chun stepped into the light pillar with the broken heaven sword in his hand as the Godwolf clan besieged him. Haha, I didn't expect Long Chun to give our Godwolf clan such an opportunity even before his death. Quickly enter the light pillar. If you encounter Long Chun, kill him immediately. The Godwolf clan followed closely behind. They were also filled with anticipation for the 9th mountain. However, after a short while, only a few people passed through the light pillars at the peak of the 8 military mountains. These people all had weapons that they obtained from the 8 military mountains. This rule caused the expressions of everyone present to turn ugly. People from the various ancient clans entered the 8 military mountains one after another, but most of them were pushed out. One had to know that it was not easy to obtain weapons from the military mountains. Many weapons would still return to a distant place after being taken out, and would even attract soul beasts. Although the weapons in the hands of these disciples who obtained weapons were not of high quality, they were all compatible with their bodies. It could be said that they had chosen their weapons, and the weapons had chosen them. After discovering this rule, many people who did not have weapons hurriedly returned to the 8 military mountains to look for weapons. There were many human kings in the Godwolf clan, but only 7 of them had weapons obtained from the military mountains. Even the face of the so-called second elder, who was the leader, darkened. He said in a deep voice, "You all enter the 9th mountain first and pursue Long Chun. I will think of a way to find a sword here and enter as soon as possible." At the same time, similar scenes appeared in various clans. After Long Chun entered the 9th mountain, his face immediately revealed a hint of excitement. This was because the broken heaven sword in his hand was in a state of clanging. Even Long Chun had not heard of the 2 words sword pavilion in his previous life. It must have been lost in the long river of history during the ancient times. However, all the arrows in the weapon spirit region were probably forged by this so-called sword pavilion. Chapter 316. Reconstruction. The appearance of the ninth mountain caused the blood of the ancient clans to boil. Although the Aeon God Mountain was filled with danger, there were also opportunities everywhere. The ninth mountain, which had yet to appear, was definitely a place filled with great opportunities. Long Chun entered the mountain and did not move forward. Instead, he stood in place and waited. He waited for the arrival of the Godwolf clan. Many people below saw this scene from afar and were puzzled. At this moment, although some of the Godwolf clan's human kings had yet to enter, these 7 people were all around the 3rd layer of the human king realm. If Long Chun didn't seize the opportunity to escape, wouldn't he be asking for trouble by waiting here? However, their expressions soon changed. They saw that the 4-colored flames on Long Chen's right arm were burning out of thin air, withered with netherworld fire, icy blue flames, purple rainbow golden flames, the 4-colored divine flames. Long Chen sneered. 4-colored flames instantly flew out of his hand and turned into a sea of fire that covered the sky. It forcibly covered the position between the 5th mountain and the 9th mountain. The air exploded under the flames. Black withered wood appeared out of thin air. There was also an endless aura of death. There were also streaks of nothingness that were like fire and ice. The 4 mystical flames stood in the sky, just like that. The 7 human kings of the God-Wolf clan and the Light Pillar saw this scene. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they felt their scalps go numb. However, there was no way out at this moment. The 7 of them roared and fully displayed their human king cultivation. The power of rules covered their bodies as they tried to charge through the 4 flames. However, the moment they entered the 9th mountain through the Light Pillar, they realized how laughable this method was. At the same time, the ancient clans stopped in their tracks and stared blankly at this scene. The moment the 7 of them entered the 9th mountain, they were covered by pitch-black flames. Countless withered wood covered the sky and covered the earth like ghost claws. Shrill cries echoed from the 9th mountain high in the sky and spread throughout the 3rd stage. The 7 of them used their powerful strength to charge dozens of meters forward. However, in the end, they were turned into ashes by the purple gold firewall. In one fell swoop, the God-Wolf clan lost another 7 human kings. This scene truly shocked everyone. Even the Soul Ivy clan that originally planned to enter from the 5th mountain stopped in their tracks. The face of the 2nd elder of the Divine Wolf clan turned purple. Seeing this scene, he panted heavily and shouted, "If we don't kill you in this trial, my Divine Wolf clan will not enter the 4th trial." Longshan only laughed coldly. After absorbing the bloodline power of the few people, he put away the deviant flame and left, leaving only a part of the flame to seal the passage to the 5th mountain. At the same time, the lone middle-aged man from the 9 giant corpse tribe was no longer silent. He seemed to be extremely interested in the 9th mountain and entered through the passageway leading to the 1st mountain. At the same time, 3 other middle-aged men who had been silent stepped into the 9th mountain. These people were not from the northern region. They had kept a low profile during the first 2 stages, just like the Juin ancient people. They had not made any moves. The 9th mountain is indeed extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, the people from the Pill Palace and the Juin ancient people would only make a move after entering the 5th mountain. Now they are all tempted. Ever since they entered the interior of the Divine Mountain, the Candle Dragon's clan has been rather active. The 3 from the Pill Palace, on the other hand, have kept a very low profile. They have even been overlooked by everyone. It seems like they're also very curious about what is hidden in the 9th mountain. After the 3 from the Pill Palace entered the 9th mountain, they looked in the direction of Long Chun from afar. One of them said indifferently, "The flame in his hand seems to be an innate spiritual item. In the 2nd trial, I heard that he has already become an Emperor Pill Master at such a young age. He can be considered a talent." This person comes from a north of the northern region. If we can bring him to the Alchemist Guild headquarters, it is not impossible. Don't talk too much. This time, only the Pill Palace and the Candle Dragon clan came from the desolate region to the Divine Mountain. We will try our best not to interfere with the matters of the northern region. We will just take what we need from the fifth mountain. After the two 3-star ancient clans who had remained silent in the previous 2 trials entered the ninth mountain, the various clans became completely cautious. Although there were only 4 of them, if they made a move, none of the human kings here would be a match for them. None of the ancient clans in the desolate region could be underestimated. There were more than 100 human kings from the various ancient clans who possessed weapons here. At this moment, all of them had entered the ninth mountain. However, they realized that this place was like an empty mountain. Everyone passed through it and finally gathered under the collapsed palace. Above them was a plaque with the words Sword Pavilion carved on it. Long Chun stood on the first level. When he saw the 3 from the Pill Palace and the Candle Dragon clan, who had not made a move since entering the first trial, appear here, he could not help but frown. The 4 of them were around the 7th level of the Human King realm. If they made a move, with Long Chen's current cultivation, he could only retreat. Buzz buzz. Just as everyone was puzzled, the weapons in their hands started to ring and tremble. In the end, they all left their hands. Even the 3 from the Pill Palace and the Candle Dragon clan were no exception. Everyone immediately retreated by more than 10 steps. The ninth mountain was not like the 8 weapon mountains outside. The various clans had never entered this place before. Who knew what dangers would appear? More than 100 long swords streaked across the sky. They were arranged in an orderly manner around the words Sword Pavilion. In the end, the long weapons actually exploded out of thin air, turning into iron scraps. Hiss. Everyone's faces darkened. These weapons were at least Emperor grade. Furthermore, they came from the 8 weapon mountains and were extremely compatible with each of them. However, they had all been shattered into pieces just like that. Crackle, crackle. The sound did not stop. In an instant, only half of the 100 spiritual swords were left. As the spiritual swords dissipated, another strange thing happened. The owners of the shattered swords were forcefully sent flying. They fell off the 9th mountain and landed below. What's going on? Why did the 9th mountain destroy our weapons? Everyone was confused. Even the people from the Pill Palace and the Candle Dragon clan frowned slightly. They seemed to be puzzled. However, 2 of the 3 from the Pill Palace were also sent flying. They were thrown out of the 9th mountain. In the blink of an eye, there were only 7 people left in the 9th mountain. What's going on? Longshan could not help but mutter to himself. The light from the 2 words Sword Pavilion dissipated. The 7 long swords returned to the hands of the 7 people. Rumble. The moment the last person held the spiritual sword, the ruins on the ground rose into the air. Rays of blinding golden light forced everyone to close their eyes. However, Long Chun relied on his powerful divine thought to see everything clearly. The Sword Pavilion had been rebuilt. Chapter 317. Divine Weapon Pillar among the 7 people. 1 was a human king from the Candle Dragon clan, 1 was from the Pill Palace, and 2 were from the Soul Ivy clan. Among the 7 people present, only Long Chun was still at the Dao integration stage. However, the other 6 people did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him. Sometimes, one's cultivation level did not represent much. Long Chun had just used his strange flame to kill 7 human kings in an instant. That was enough to prove his battle prowess. Huge rocks circled around, and the fragments of the broken pavilions in all directions quickly gathered in the center. Caves and pavilions were rapidly formed, simple and dignified. The various ancient clans stood at the top of the mountains far away and looked at the 9th mountain. They were shocked when they saw this strange scene. It could be said to be miraculous. At this moment, the leader of the Soul Ivy clan, the 2nd elder, still could not find a weapon that belonged to him. He could not enter the 9th mountain at all. Elder, calm down. Since this person is still in the 3rd stage, he will come out eventually. as long as the Soul Ivy clan does not help him. He will die no matter what. The other human king of the Soul Ivy clan stepped forward and said in a deep voice. The second elder of the Soul Ivy clan had an extremely gloomy expression as he said, "The final goal of both our clan and the Soul Ivy clan is the item in the 5th stage. The Divine Mountain has been opened many times, and all the clans know that this is the time for that item to appear. If we can obtain that item, our clan can destroy the Soul Ivy clan and replace them. However, the number of human kings who died in our clan has exceeded the expectations of the previous stages. It's all because of Long Chun. I must kill this person today. Everyone, find a weapon." At this moment, all the clans have no weapons in their hands, and weapons from the outside world are basically useless here. If we can obtain a weapon to help us, we won't have to fear the Soul Ivy clan. The appearance of the 9th mountain shocked everyone for a short while. But soon everyone knew that this mountain was not a place that anyone could enter at all. For a time, everyone once again entered the 8-weapon mountains to search for a weapon that suited them. They wanted to try. A lofty palace appeared in front of the 7 people on the 9th mountain. Sword Pavilion. This pavilion was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. It was silver white and flickered with a folded radiance. It was like a huge sword that pierced the sky. 7 people, including Long Chun, were standing in a courtyard. Above the gate in front of the courtyard, there was a plaque with the word Sword Pavilion written on it. In front of the signboard, there was a stone pillar in the middle of the courtyard that was at least 9 meters tall. The 7 of them subconsciously approached the stone pillar. Only then did they realize that there were marks all over it. Evil Dragon Staff, Heavenly Fault Whip, Mountain River Fan, Blood Dragon Spear, Chaotic World Halberd. Everyone in 9 meters tall stone pillars had name on them. Only the 9th spot was empty. Everyone was puzzled. Only Long Chin's eyes narrowed, and the heaven-piercing sword in his hand trembled. This was the divine weapon ranking, second only to the legendary saint weapon ranking in the 10 Directions heavenly domain. And the names of these 8 weapons were the top 8 divine weapons. Long Chin couldn't help but gasp. He never thought that there would be such a place hidden in the ancient God Mountain of the northern region. If he guessed correctly, these 8 divine weapons that had once caused a bloodbath in his previous life came from Sword Pavilion. Although divine weapons were extremely rare in the 10 Directions heavenly domain, there were still many of them. However, these 8 divine weapons were ranked in the top 8 of the divine weapon ranking. Each of them was comparable to a legendary saint weapon. It was a pity that there were no swords among the 8 divine weapons. Hence, Long Chun didn't deliberately search for them in his previous life. Long Chun couldn't help but shake his head. This place had refined 8 divine weapons for Sword Pavilion. Wasn't it ridiculous that there were no swords among them? Just as everyone approached the pillar and examined it carefully, a scene that sent chills down their spines appeared. They saw an illusory soul staring at them from above the pillar. This person's body was almost transparent. They couldn't even tell his age and appearance apart. However, as he sat on the pillar, everyone felt that he was watching everyone. 7 people. Very good. All of you use swords. An illusory voice came from the illusory soul's mouth, causing everyone to retreat dozens of meters. They didn't dare to relax at all. Even the remaining person from the Pill Palace and the people from the Candle Dragon clan acted as if they were facing a great enemy. This illusory soul gave everyone a great pressure. It appeared out of thin air in front of everyone without anyone noticing it. It was enough to see how dangerous it was. For a moment, the 7 people present didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They all stood still and watched the situation unfold. The illusory soul's eyes were as sharp as knives as they slowly swept across the human kings. When it passed by the people from the Pill Palace and the people from the Candle Dragon clan, it couldn't help but nod slightly. Finally, it landed on Long Chun and let out a soft sound of surprise. Shortly after, the illusory soul said indifferently, "The mythical path realm. You're not even 20 years old, but your talent isn't bad. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to leave a mark on this divine weapon pillar. Leave by yourself." The illusory soul's voice was filled with contempt. After it finished speaking, it turned around. However, Long Chun stepped forward and said indifferently, "Since I'm here, I have no intention of leaving. Your Excellency, you can treat everyone equally." Long Chen's voice was neither servile nor overbearing. However, it was somewhat harsh in the illusory soul's ears. The illusory soul snorted coldly and said, "This old man is trying to persuade you. If you don't know your limits, this old man won't force you. However, if you die here, you can't blame anyone else." Long Chen smiled indifferently. He didn't care about the old man's words at all. Although his cultivation base was only at the 3rd level of the mythical path realm, if he wanted to take his life, everyone present wouldn't be able to do it. Moreover, this old man was just an illusory soul. In front of him, an illusory soul without a physical body was like a paper man. He had the sovereign's divine sense. If he wanted to, he could turn this old man into ashes in an instant. When the other 6 people saw Long Chen's reaction, the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. According to the illusory soul's words, Long Chun wouldn't be among them. The man from the joining ancient people stared at the illusory soul and said, "I wonder if the divine weapon pillar you're talking about is the one in front of us. What if we leave a mark on it?" Everyone's eyes fell on the illusory soul's body, which looked as if it would disappear at any time. The illusory soul sneered and said, "This pillar is the Sword Pavilion's origin divine pillar. If you can leave a mark on it, I will give the Sword Pavilion's sword origin to him to help him practice the sword. The name of Sword Pavilion will become a supreme legend in the blacksmithing world with this sword. It will be eternal." Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that the mark on the pillar and the name of the weapon were the same. In other words, anyone who could leave a mark on the pillar could get a divine weapon. Chapter 3:18. Sword scars cannot be left swoosh. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, almost all of them disappeared from their original spots and rushed up at once. Only Long Chen did not move at all. Seeing this, the hollow soul old man sitting on the divine weapon pillar seemed to have a playful smile on his face. Crackle. A series of metallic sounds rang in everyone's ears. Rays of spiritual light spread out like ripples. The 6 people except Long Chun attacked the pillar with their swords at almost the same time. Poochie. Poochie. The 6 people flew back almost at the same time. They flew back hundreds of meters and landed heavily on the ground. Apart from the joint ancient people and the expert from the Pill Palace, who were pale, the other 4 people all spat out mouthfuls of blood. They seemed to have suffered serious internal injuries. What a strong rebounding force. What a hard stone pillar. Everyone exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone could not help but stare at the top of the stone pillar, which was 9 meters away. However, it was still as smooth as jade. There was not even a small dent, let alone a sword mark. The hollow soul old man on the pillar laughed contemptuously. There are 2 other guys who are not bad. However, with your human king cultivation, if you can't leave a mark after 10 strikes, I'm afraid your divine souls will be shattered. Therefore, I advise you to be careful." As he spoke, the hollow soul old man looked at Long Chun and sneered. "Didn't you just say that? With your Tao integration stage cultivation, your physical body will fester with 1 strike. Your divine soul will dissipate with the 2nd strike. The 3rd strike will be enough to consign you to eternal damnation." Long Chen still looked up and did not speak. He stared at the stone pillar as if he was thinking about something. On the other side, the 6 people were horrified. If this pillar attacked, it could actually kill. For a moment, a few of them showed a bit of fear. 2 of them even turned to leave and rushed to the light pillar. At this moment, the voice of the hollow soul old man on the divine weapon pillar suddenly became cold. An invisible ripple swept out from the divine weapon pillar and turned into countless invisible blades and swords that slashed toward the 2 people. Bang! The 2 human kings fell to the ground in an instant. The gray aura around them was cut into countless pieces, but their physical bodies were not injured at all. Hiss! everyone subconsciously retreated 100 meters. The two fleeing people's divine souls were destroyed in an instant. In other words, the old man's divine sense was much stronger than theirs. It was very likely that his divine sense was at the level of the human emperor or even higher. Seeing this scene, Long Chen's divine soul. This old man, the old divine soul's divine soul transformation was enough to kill any human king. In fact, if it weren't for the Dragon Palace and Long Chen's divine sense after his rebirth, he wouldn't have been able to use many divine abilities. His divine sense was far more terrifying than this old man's. His divine soul divine, his soul was his divine soul divine, his soul was his soul, he could be a mountain range, mountains. Although Long Chen's divine sense was like a vast ocean, it could not transform and use divine abilities. It was limited by the mountain wall. At this moment, the divine souls of these human kings were like streams of water. In front of Long Chen and the old man, they could be slaughtered at will. Unfortunately, their bodies were mountains. In a situation where Long Chen's divine sense could not use divine abilities, he could not surpass the barrier of their bodies. It was even more impossible for him to directly destroy their divine souls like the old man. However, although the old man's divine soul was powerful, he did not have a body. Like a lake, the surroundings were flat. There was not even sand or stone. Long Chen's divine soul could drown him in an instant. Just as everyone was resentful, the divine soul old man spoke again. He sneered and said, "Today, you will either all die here or leave a mark on this divine weapon pillar. Of course, in the end, only one of you will survive." The divine soul old man's words made the remaining 4 human kings' faces turn pale. At this moment, they realized that the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. They knew that they were like lambs in front of the divine soul old man, so they no longer had any intention of running away. Instead, they slowly approached the stone pillar. However, they were not as impetuous as before. If the old man's words were true, then they would all die if they could not leave a mark on the next 9 swords. Even so, every one of them subconsciously put some distance between them. Even if there were traces left behind, only one of them would be able to leave this place alive. Only heaven knew if someone would attack the others and place all their hopes on themselves. For a moment, these human kings from the various large clans became birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bow. When the old man saw everyone return, he smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at Long Chen and said indifferently, "Weren't you very stubborn just now? Why aren't you doing anything now? You have a Tao body. You won't die from a single blow. At most, your Tao body will be shattered, and only your divine soul will remain." The mockery in the old man's words was self-evident. The remaining 4 human kings shook their heads. Although Long Chen had many tricks up his sleeves, and his battle prowess was comparable to a human king, he was still a Tao integration cultivator. This stone pillar did not test one's battle prowess. The Green Python clan also shook their heads. They stared at Long Chen and said, "What's the use of you continuing to watch? You'll still have to attack in the end. Why don't you try?" "Yes, with your Tao integration cultivation, you can only attack 3 times at most. You'll die sooner or later. Why don't you let us see if we can find something from it?" The human king of the Soul Green Vine clan also said indifferently. The Candle Dragon clan and the 2 human kings from the Pill Palace also looked at Long Chen at the same time. They knew that every sword attack was extremely important. If they could find something from others' attacks, then why not? Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "Since none of you have a clue, why don't I attack first?" As soon as Long Chen said that, the 4 human kings sneered and rolled their eyes. They secretly thought that Long Chen really thought that he could give them pointers. This divine weapon pillar was not as simple as they thought. The old man also mocked. "When your sword touches this divine weapon pillar, I hope you still have the strength to say those words. Long Chun looked deeply at the old man and slowly walked to the bottom of the stone pillar. Soon after, he rose from the ground and leaped 9 meters into the air. At this moment, his entire body was covered in scales. He had transformed into the body of a three-eyed thunder dragon. Thunderbolts rolled on his thunder wings, causing rumbling sounds. At the same time, his sword streaked across the sky like a light rainbow. He shouted in a low voice, "Divine technique, sword slashes the galaxy." As soon as his voice fell, the light around him surged like a tide. The countless stars fell on the stone pillar along with his sword. Chapter 319. An Eerie Pillar. The four of them were stunned. Although Long Chen's cultivation level was not as high as theirs, they were still inferior to him in terms of bloodline power and mastery of the god-level sword technique. The old man sitting on the stone pillar exclaimed in surprise. 9 meters away from the stone pillar, a faint light shone and blocked Long Chen's sword. However, the ripple also shook slightly. Long Chun stopped attacking after his sword landed. He did not intend to continue attacking. The Void Soul Realm old man looked at Long Chun and said, "Looks like I underestimated you. Your cultivation in sword technique and the sword intent hidden in it are really not bad. However, your cultivation is still too low. You'll be able to strike 6 times. The Hollow Soul old man did not bother to look at Long Chun after he finished speaking. Although he was impressed by Long Chen's sword strike, he still did not believe that Long Chun, a Dao integration stage cultivator, could leave a sword mark on the pillar with 6 sword strikes. The Divine Mountain had existed for a long time. This was not the first time the 9th mountain had appeared. Since ancient times, it had opened more than 10 times. However, not a single human king in the entire northern region had been able to leave a sword mark on it. There were even peak human kings who had entered the Divine Mountain by chance, but they still died here. A Dao integration stage youth could not arouse his interest. The other 4 suddenly realized that since they wanted to obtain the so-called sword origin to refine a god-level weapon, they naturally had to use sword techniques and sword intent to attack this place. Just as Long Chen had said, his sword strike was indeed a little provocative to them. Seeing that they were eager to try again, Long Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. These people were using his attack to find a pattern. How could Long Chen not have the same idea? Every time they attacked the pillar, Long Chen would be able to observe every change. He would even be able to detect every inch of the formation in space. He would be able to easily discover it. If they could leave a sword mark on this god-level weapon pillar, Long Chen's incomplete heavenly sword would be able to overcome the shortcomings of his previous life and become a god-level weapon. Although divine armaments weren't the most powerful weapons, they weren't as useless as emperor-grade weapons. Once a sovereign reached the level of sovereign, they would be useless. After all, a single weapon was enough to move a hegemon. Furthermore, this sword pavilion was one of the top 8 divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking. How could the divine swords refined here be too weak? After discovering a trace of a pattern, the Candle Dragon seemed to be rather confident and took the initiative to attack. The long sword in his hand instantly released boundless sword intent, and the sword aura around him multiplied. The sword technique he was using was also a divine level sword technique. Rumble. The powerful attack landed on the divine weapon pillar. However, the pillar did not move at all. Only ripples spread out like the surface of a lake. However, this time, he didn't look as miserable as he did last time. He landed steadily on the ground. Seeing that the Candle Dragon was fine, the remaining 3 began to attack one after another. Some of them even used sword-type talismans and spiritual force divine abilities to attack. But even after 1 round, it was still useless. However, since they relied on sword-type techniques to attack, they wouldn't receive any backlash from the pillar. They didn't feel any discomfort at all. The Hollow Soul Elder sitting at the top continued to stare at them with a smile and didn't say anything. After a round of attacks, everyone was silent for more than half an hour before they attacked again. This time, everyone seemed to have let loose a lot, using all kinds of secret techniques one after another. Even the people on the 8 peaks below couldn't help but look up at the sword chi. After 3 consecutive attacks, the 3 of them landed on the ground. However, the stone pillar still didn't move at all. After a series of attacks, other than a few more ripples, there wasn't any change. No, it wasn't that there wasn't any change. It was a pity that it wasn't the divine weapon pillar, but their bodies. The black-haired people now had mottled white hair on their heads. Their tight skins started to loosen, and wrinkles started to appear. What's going on? We're human kings. Our bodies are almost indestructible. Even if we lose a limb, we can regrow it. Why are our bodies aging? The human king from the Pill Palace rubbed his face and roared furiously. The other 3 were the same. They all grabbed some of their white hair that had fallen off. Their faces were filled with terror. They were human kings. Even if their bodies were shattered, they could rely on their souls to seize another body and be reborn. But now they were old. The divine weapon pillar had absorbed their vitality. The hollow soul elder on the pillar looked at the 4 of them and couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. He said, "I told you that with your human king's cultivations, 10 strikes is the limit. Now, 5 strikes have already passed. Of course, if any of you can leave behind a sword mark, then this pillar will return you far more than what you lost." The hollow soul elder's words were like knives scraping their hearts. This so-called divine weapon pillar was no longer an opportunity for them. It was a kind of torture. It was simply the most vicious curse. The human king of the Soul Ivy clan and the human king of the Azure Python clan had long since turned ashen and warped. The 2 of them exchanged a glance before suddenly charging towards the stone pillar again. However, this time, their attacks were all directed towards the Void Soul Elder. The Hollow Soul Elder suddenly vanished on the spot, and then their attacks that filled the sky instantly vanished. They directly fell from the sky, and their bodies had actually exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood. It was an extremely bloody scene. After their bodies exploded, their souls seemed to have been forcefully grabbed by a huge hand and crushed as soon as they appeared. A wisp of a faint smile gradually appeared on the corners of Long Chen's mouth as he watched from the side. He seemed to be lost in thought. On the other side, the auras around the Candle Dragon and the Pill Palace's members had suddenly dispersed. They forcefully stabilized their minds. If the Soul Ivy and Azure Python clans hadn't been unable to restrain themselves and attacked first, they probably would have done the same. In their opinion, continuing to attack the divine weapon pillar was just courting death, so it was better to risk it all. However, this scene had forcefully extinguished any thoughts they had of risking it all. The Hollow Soul Elder's voice resounded once more. His soul sat upright on the pillar once more, and he stared at them and laughed coldly. "I advise all of you not to act rashly. Only leaving behind a sword mark will give you a chance at survival." Their expressions were extremely stiff. They felt their scalps go numb when they faced this divine weapon pillar that caused them to lose their vitality with every single strike of the divine weapon pillar. It was no different than slow suicide. Both of them gazed slowly at Long Chun, and then they walked over to Long Chun from both sides and said coldly, "You haven't attacked since the beginning. Moreover, your cultivation in the Sword Dao isn't low. Since he said that you have 5 more chances, then don't waste them. Kid, since you've stayed behind, then don't just watch the show. Make a move." Chapter 320. To lay bare the truth, the faces of the 2 present stiffened. 60 swords? Even the body of the Void Soul Realm old man on the divine weapon pillar stiffened. Soon after, he shouted coldly, "Boy, could it be that you're scared, silly?" Apart from Long Chun, there were a total of 6 human kings from the various ancient clans. However, at this moment, only 2 of them were left in a sorry state. Even so, the few of them did not manage to hit the pillar 60 times. However, while they were still in a daze, Long Chen's figure disappeared from where he stood. With the thunder wings behind him, he rushed to the highest point of the stone pillar with the heaven's destruction in his hand. This sword strike didn't have any magnificent spirit light, nor did it use any divine techniques or martial skills. Instead, it slashed out of thin air. A unique rhythm seemed to move the space. Although this sword was ordinary, it was extremely harmonious and natural. It was a pity that there was still a ripple flashing on the stone pillar. Just as the few of them were laughing, Long Chen's movements suddenly changed. The long sword in his hand struck out like a violent storm, crazily landing on the divine weapon pillar. Ripples shook continuously like waves, and a mighty will spread out in all directions. However, Chong Chen's long sword seemed to have fused with it. Not only was it repelled, but it also became faster and faster. Every single one of them died in the extension of the ripple. Pa 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 pa. The frenzied swords danced about as fast as lightning. The deafening sound of the swords striking against each other could be heard as the ripples vibrated faster and faster. The expressions of the remaining two mortal deaths changed drastically. They looked like they were in extreme pain. The ripples in all directions seemed to have caused their souls to suffer an unimaginable impact. On the contrary, Long Chen's every attack seemed to match the frequency of the ripples. Ow, how is this possible? You're only at the Tao integration stage. So how are you able to withstand the backlash from so many divine weapon pillars? The Void Soul Elder on the divine weapon pillar suddenly cried out. His voice was filled with shock and even a trace of fear. Long Chen's long sword did not stop. Sword after sword after sword. It was unknown whether it was dozens or hundreds of sword strikes. Then he slowly withdrew his sword and stood still. You, how did you do it? The person from the Pill Palace asked with a pale face. The powerful rebounding force and the life-devouring god weapon pillar had no effect on Long Chen. This was simply too inconceivable. The Juin ancient people stared at Long Chen with burning eyes and said in a low voice, "Every sword strike of his matches the frequency of the god pillar's vibration. Not only that, if my guess is correct, he has even seen through the reason why the pillar is devouring life force." The two of them had only attacked the divine pillar a few times, yet they were already in such a sorry state. Long Chen had barely reached the Tao integration stage, and he was not even 20 years old. Yet, he was able to discover the pattern within the divine pillar in such a short time and was completely unaffected by it. After a short moment of shock, the two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The two of them knew that since Long Chen had done this, it was very likely that he had left a sword mark here. What awaited the two of them was death. They did not plan to attack Long Chen. After all, they knew that even if Long Chen died, they would not be able to leave a sword mark in the next few strikes, nor would they be able to resist the rebounding force and the devouring force of the god weapon pillar. How powerful was his divine sense and comprehension ability to do this? The young man in front of them was really a heaven-defying talent. However, the Hollow Soul Elder on the god weapon pillar said coldly, "After so many years, you are the first person to use this method to avoid the rebounding force of the god weapon pillar. Even so, you did not leave a sword mark here." The Hollow Soul Elder seemed to be full of hostility toward Long Chen. He had never thought that someone could match the frequency of the rebounding force of the god weapon pillar and restrain the strange property of devouring life force. Long Chen turned around with a playful smile on his face. He stared at the Hollow Soul Elder and said, "Leave a sword mark? Now that there is no restriction on sword moves with the sword in my hand, I can make countless sword moves in a day. There will be a sword mark eventually." Long Chen paused and narrowed his eyes. "But your excellency does not seem to want me to leave a sword mark, nor do you want me to obtain a god weapon. Am I right?" Long Chen's words entered the ears of the two ancient race kings and the Hollow Soul Elder. The two ancient race kings were puzzled, not knowing what Long Chen meant. This Hollow Soul Elder was obviously the inheritor, so how could he be targeting someone? The old man's divine soul scattered and his hair stood on end. His voice became sharp as he shouted at Long Chen. What are you talking about? I've been waiting here for nearly 10,000 years so that someone could leave a sword mark here." Long Chen's smile widened and he interrupted. Then I will continue to make sword moves. Your Excellency, please prepare to refine a god weapon for me. However, the moment he finished speaking, the Hollow Soul Elder suddenly shouted at the two human kings from the Pill Palace and the Jew and ancient people. The two of you kill this Tao integration brat now, and I will return all your lives and send you out of here. I will also give you dozens of emperor weapons. The people from the Pill Palace and the Jew and ancient people were confused for a moment. Their faces were full of doubts, but when they heard the Hollow Soul Elder's promise, they were greatly moved. If Long Chun left a sword mark, according to the rules mentioned by the Hollow Soul Elder, they would undoubtedly die. But now they saw a way out. The two of them suddenly released their auras, one on the left and one on the right, and in a flash, they sandwiched Long Chun in the middle. Long Chun suddenly roared with laughter when he saw this scene, and he said, I really guessed correctly. The Divine Weapon Pillar. Void Soul Elder? I'm afraid there were 8 other Hollow Souls like you before this. Long Chin's voice was not loud, but it fell into everyone's ears like rolling thunder. Although the Hollow Soul Elder's face was illusory, everyone could feel his ferocious expression. The two human kings from the Pill Palace and the Nining Ancient Clan were stunned for a moment. Then realization dawned on them, and they cried out involuntarily, You mean this Hollow Soul isn't the one who left the inheritance, but the so-called Sword Origin? Sword Spirit. He's the Sword Spirit. The Weapon Spirit. This person is the Weapon Spirit nurtured by the 9-meter God Weapon Pillar. Long Chun nodded and looked at the Hollow Soul Elder, saying, Since this soul appeared, he has been sitting on the God Weapon Pillar. From the beginning to the end, even when he killed several people, he did not leave the pillar. Not only that, although your lives are hidden by the pillar, they all fell into his Hollow Soul Elder. He is the sword origin of the 9th God Weapon Pillar, which is the Sword Spirit. Long Chin's words enlightened the two human kings. However, the Hollow Soul Elder sneered and said, I didn't expect. After so many years, it was a young man of the Tao integration stage who saw through all this. It's really incredible. But so what? If you leave a sword mark, they will definitely die. At this moment, they don't want to die. The Hollow Soul Elder said sternly. Long Chun did not answer. Instead, he said to himself, If I'm right, you can't attack us at will. Unless we break the rules, you would have killed me with your divine soul. Instead of letting them kill me, why don't you try to kill me yourself? Long Chin's voice was slightly mocking. Then he flapped his wings and rushed toward the Hollow Soul Elder on the God Weapon Pillar like lightning. Chapter 3:21. Divine Weapon, the old man's divine sense, transformed into thousands of flying swords. Just as Long Chun had said, he was restricted by the rules of this place. If Long Chun and the others didn't break the rules, he couldn't attack. But now, Long Chun had given him this opportunity. The Void Soul Old Man actually transformed into an illusory sword in an instant. It shone with resplendent light. The old man impatiently attacked Long Chen's soul. This was the same attack that had instantly killed the two human kings, but it was even more terrifying. It was obvious that he was determined to kill Long Chun. The other two human kings couldn't help but sigh in relief when they saw that Long Chun was about to die. They only hoped that the Void Soul Old Man would let them go. However, a scene that horrified the two of them happened. The countless flying swords formed by the old man's divine sense actually collapsed when they were just a few meters away from Long Chun. They shattered into smoke. Long Chun smiled faintly. He flapped his wings and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the top of the divine weapon pillar, standing beside the Void Soul Old Man. The illusory sword formed by the Void Soul Old Man suddenly trembled and attacked Long Chun. Long Chun waved his right hand, and the sword formed by the divine sense actually stopped where it was. Long Chin's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said sternly, "A mere sword spirit dares to display your slight skill in front of an expert." As Long Chin's voice fell, A vast aura swept through the entire ninth mountain. The remaining two human kings felt their souls tremble. They subconsciously took a few steps back and stared at Long Chun in shock. Compared to the two of them, the sword spirit was even more terrified. For a moment, he transformed into the appearance of an old man. However, at this moment, he was kneeling on the divine weapon pillar in front of Long Chun. The Void Soul old man who had been toying with everyone was now kneeling in front of Long Chun and trembling. You, who are you? The old man's voice trembled. Long Chun coldly snorted and said, "This divine weapon pillar is actually one of the 9 divine weapon spirits, and you are the sword spirit of the 9th one. Is that right?" "Yes, it is. All the spiritual swords in the 8 divine weapon mountains have a trace of spirituality. If someone obtains a spiritual sword and discovers the 9th mountain, that is their opportunity. If I can leave a sword mark on this 9th meter divine weapon pillar with the spirit sword, I will have to strengthen the sword in his hand and turn it into a divine weapon. The Void Soul old man's divine weapon spirit. As long as Long Chun made a move, the Void Soul old divine weapon soul. He didn't dare to hide anything. He had been here for Long Chun's soul of the divine weapon spirit. Leave of the divine weapon pillar of the sword spirit of the divine weapon spirit as sword spirit. I don't think we need to waste time. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I do it myself?" The sword spirit, old divine weapon spirit, only felt a majestic pressure raging all over his body, and his void soul was trembling. He hurriedly shouted, "No, of course not. Sir, just put the weapon in your hands on the divine weapon pillar. I am willing to become the sword spirit of this sword." Long Chun looked deeply at the sword spirit, and with a move of his hand, the heavenly remnant sword landed on the divine weapon pillar. As he turned around and landed, he said lightly, "Becoming the sword spirit of this venerable one will not disgrace you. This sword will be famous in the heaven domain in the future, but if you still have any selfish thoughts, today will be the day of eternal damnation." Long Chin's voice was flat and low, but in the sword spirit old divine weapon spirit's ears, it was like thunder, and he only felt his mind roaring. This was clearly a Tao integration disciple, but he had the divine sense of a sovereign. Moreover, he seemed to be aiming for the 10 heavens domain. Moreover, he called himself the Venerable One. At this moment, the sword spirit was completely convinced. Long Chin's wings moved slightly, and he landed on the divine weapon pillar, but his eyes fell on the 2 human kings. The 2 of them looked at Long Chun as if they were facing a great enemy. One of them was a human king from the Pill Palace, and the other was from the Juin Ancient people, but now they were extremely fearful of this northern region Tao integration disciple. However, Long Chun just stood under the divine weapon pillar without moving, and he did not have the intention to pay attention to the 2 of them. After a long while, Long Chun shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man from the Candle Dragon's clan, and he said lightly, "Are the people from your clan engaged to Zhu Qing Xian and Zhu Yinzhong?" The human king from the Candle Dragon's clan immediately raised his eyebrows and nodded. He asked in confusion, "How do you know about the Candle Dragon's clan?" However, Long Chun said, "I can spare your life today, but you have to go back and tell Qing Xian that I've already arrived at the ancient Desolation Land, and ask her to wait for me." The Candle Dragon's clan member's face immediately darkened, but then his expression changed drastically. He said, "Could you be the man that Miss Qing Xian mentioned that will definitely come to the ancient Desolation Land to look for her?" Long Chun smiled and did not say anything, but the human king from the Nineteen Giant Corpse tribe was secretly shocked. Ever since Qing Xian returned to the clan, she could not forget a man from the north of the northern region, and she had even said on the day of the engagement that someone would definitely come to look for her. The terrifying Tao integration disciple in front of him was actually that man from the north of the northern region. "Could you listen to me?" The human king from the 9 Giant Corpse tribe stared at Long Chun and asked. When he saw Long Chun nod, he continued, "The pure-blooded 9 Giant Corpse tribe will definitely not allow Miss Qing Xian to be with you, and it's best that you don't go to the ancient Desolation Land Central region and don't come to the Candle Dragon's clan. Young Master Zhu Yinzhong has already become a Taoist of my clan, and he even personally received a sacrificial ceremony last year to become a human king. There was no mockery in his words, but there was a sense of warning. It was as if he was grateful to Long Chun for saving his life. After all, now that Long Chun had obtained the sword spirit, he did not need to do it himself if he wanted to kill him. However, Long Chun did not have any intention of replying. He only said indifferently, "You just have to pass on the message." Then, Long Chun looked at the Alchemist Palace disciple beside him and said in a deep voice, "I remember that the Alchemist Guild has a close relationship with the Pill Palace clan. I have an alchemy genius, and I hope that you can bring her to the Alchemist Guild." The human king from the Alchemist Palace nodded almost subconsciously, but Long Chun continued, "Just agreeing is not enough. I want to leave a restriction in your soul. If the two of them do not arrive at the Alchemist Guild, I will make you suffer." Long Chen's voice was very calm from beginning to end, but his words made the human king feel his hair stand on end. At the same time, on the god weapon pillar, the 9th meter of the pillar suddenly cracked. Huge cracks began to spread like a spider web, and the entire god weapon pillar turned into countless fragments in an instant. Buzz! With a sword hum, the heavenly remnant sword soared into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it was in Long Chen's hand. However, there was an additional scabbard in it. The moment Long Chun held the sword, his divine sense suddenly invaded it uncontrollably. Streaks of blood slowly flowed out from his right hand and covered the entire sword. Chapter 322. Surround and kill. The two of them hesitated. The sword spirit seemed to have merged with the divine sword. If they attacked now, they might have a chance. The human king of the 9 giant corpse tribe hesitated for a while, but in the end he didn't make a move. The weapons here were all obtained from the weapon mountain, which meant that they might not be able to use them even if they obtained them. However, the person from the Pill Palace couldn't take it anymore. He dashed out, but a scabbard appeared between his eyebrows when he was only a few meters away. The scabbard was simple and unadorned. However, the person from the Pill Palace didn't dare to make a move. "Open your mind, and I'll spare your life today." Long Chen's voice was heard. The person looked at the sword in front of him and didn't dare to hesitate. He wasn't afraid of Long Chun, but the sword in Long Chen's hand. The sword was less than an inch away from his forehead, but the aura coming from it made him tremble from the depths of his soul. It was even more powerful than the Hollow Soul Elder he had met at the beginning. However, when Long Chen's divine sense entered his mind, he was so shocked that he fell to the ground. Was this really the divine sense of a Tao integration stage cultivator? At this moment, he finally understood why Long Chun could easily subdue the Hollow Soul Elder. Long Chun left a restriction in the person's divine sense and said, "You have to bring the other 2 people to the Alchemist Guild headquarters. Do you understand? If you say anything about this place, you should know what will happen." The person from the Pill Palace nodded repeatedly and trembled. He knew that the restriction in his mind was something that no one in the Pill Palace could remove. Buzz! Long Chun moved the sword in his hand, and a light green spirit appeared on the scabbard. It was shaped like a sword, but it looked like a human soul. It was very strange. Long Chun did the same thing to the Juin ancient people. When the person saw the spirit on the sword, he didn't dare to resist. Then, the 2 of them slowly retreated and left the 9th mountain. "Master, this sword was originally a 9th grade monarch rank sword. Now that it's covered by my sword spirit, even though it has reached the divine rank, it's different from the previous 8 weapons. It's best if you don't remove the scabbard." The voice of the old man came from the sword spirit. Long Chen nodded faintly. At that moment, he was connected to the broken heavenly sword in his hand. Naturally, he knew what it meant. This sword was not as simple as a god-level sword. Long Chun turned and left the 9th mountain, returning to the 8 great soldier mountains. At that moment, the entire 3rd stage was in chaos. Everyone was trying to guess what had happened on the 9th mountain. After all, The ninth mountain was located on top of the 8 Great Weapon Mountains. Although everyone was looking into the distance, what they could see was very limited. The ninth mountain has disappeared. The 3 of them have descended. Long Chun is actually still alive. What is hidden in this mountain? Why is it so mysterious? Everyone rushed towards Long Chun and the other 2 human kings. Long Chun stared blankly at the brilliant miniature mountain in his hand. A smile flashed across his lips as he said, "I didn't expect that apart from this sword spirit, the ninth mountain would also be a great opportunity. After I leave, I'll establish a sect on this mountain." When Jian Shi-san and the others saw Long Chun come out of the ninth mountain, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The people who had entered the ninth mountain this time were all human kings. It was not easy for Long Chun to return safely. At the same time, the 3 people from the Pill Palace walked in front of Long Chun under everyone's watchful eyes. The person who was planted with the restrictions stared at Long Chun and said, "We don't plan to continue. Now, you can hand the 2 people you mentioned to me. When the Divine Mountain's opening time ends, I'll take them to the Alchemist Guild." Long Chun nodded. With the restriction in place, he was not afraid that this person would play any tricks. Moreover, the Pill Palace and the Alchemist Guild were originally on the same side. She's a king stage alchemist and is about to become an emperor stage alchemist. She's also the daughter of the Alchemist Guild's president. Just take the 2 of them to the Pill Palace, Long Chun said as he pointed at Lu Yi and Yin Li. When Long Chun said this, the expressions of the 3 people from the Pill Palace suddenly changed. Originally, they did not dare to believe that Long Chun was an emperor stage alchemist. However, the woman in front of them was 2 years younger than Long Chun and was already a king stage alchemist. Lu Yi immediately pouted and cried out, "Don't leave, little master. I still have to learn how to refine pills with cracks." Long Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You and Sister Yinli go to the Alchemist Guild of the Waste region first. I'll definitely come and see you in 3 months. Hearing this, Lu Yi nodded reluctantly. Yinli also nodded at Long Chun. She knew that Long Chun was going to stir up a storm in the northern region. However, their cultivations were too low. The Alchemist Guild was the best place for them to go. At the same time, the human king stage powerhouses of the God Wolf clan began to surround them from all directions. The second elder of the God Wolf clan, who was the leader, had a gloomy expression. He was completely enraged that Long Chun had killed 7 human kings with heavenly flames on the 9th mountain. When Long Chun saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He said indifferently, "The 2 of you follow them. Leave the matters here to me." The 3 people from the Pill Palace took Lu Yi and Yin Li and turned to leave. It seemed that they were unwilling to participate in the battle between Long Chun and the God Wolf clan. Seeing that the 3 people from the Pill Palace had left, the God Wolf clan no longer had any misgivings. The human king stage powerhouses completely surrounded Long Chun and the others. Jian Shi-san, Yi Hailon, and the others' expressions immediately turned ugly. It seemed that the God Wolf clan would definitely not let the matter rest today. When the people from the other clans saw that the people who had returned from the 9th mountain had no intention of speaking, they quickly lost interest and surrounded them. Long Chun is quite bold. When the 9th mountain appeared, he left behind that strange flame to kill 8 human kings from the God Wolf clan. But now, what should he do? There are so many human king stage powerhouses, and the space is so big. That flame can't save him. At this moment, the God Wolf clan is determined to kill Long Chun. I'm afraid that even if the Soul Ivy clan makes a move, they will kill him first. At this time, even the Soul Ivy clan can't save him. This person will die without a doubt. What a pity. The talent that this guy displayed from the 2nd level is really unparalleled. If he doesn't die, his name will probably shake the primordial era. Everyone retreated a little and watched from afar, afraid that they would be implicated. The human king stage powerhouses of the God Wolf clan flickered with divine light, and the power of rule spread out in all directions. They did not intend to give Long Chun the slightest chance. Long Chun stared at them and said indifferently to Jian Shi-san and the others behind him, don't attack. Just save your lives." Then Long Chun actually walked forward. Chapter 323. Start a War the Soul Ivy clan watched on coldly. Hun Qianfan looked at the higher-ups of the Soul Ivy clan with an ugly expression and said, "We're the only ones who can save him now. This person has extraordinary talent. Even if he doesn't join the Soul Ivy clan, he'll definitely be a great help in the future." The leader of the Soul Ivy clan sneered and said, "Didn't you see that this person intends to challenge the God Wolf clan alone? Why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late to make a move when he begs us." The higher-ups of the Soul Ivy clan felt that they had lost face after being rejected by Long Chun. Now that Long Chun was in deep trouble, they naturally wanted to regain their face in front of everyone. The leader of the 100 Smelting clan and the others from the Divine Arrow clan sneered when they saw this scene. The leader of the Divine Arrow clan turned to the other two and said, "Did you see that? This person doesn't know what's good for him. If the three of you hadn't brought the Shumi clan to join me, I'm afraid you'd be annihilated today." The members of the Shumi clan were silent. They couldn't help but sigh when they saw Long Chen's current situation. The leader of the Divine Wolf clan, the second elder, stared at Long Chun and said, "Boy, whether the Soul Ivy clan intervenes today or not, I must kill you. I like to see what means you have to survive." Long Chun didn't seem to be afraid at all. He said indifferently, "Want to kill me? Let's see what you're capable of." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chun suddenly raised a sword and rushed toward one of the human king experts from the Divine Wolf clan. The member of the Divine Wolf clan immediately shouted with a stern expression, "You're courting death." The aura of more than 10 human kings completely dispersed. The weather in the third stage changed, and countless weapons on the Soldier Mountain even began to ring. The ground instantly cracked with the crowd as the center. The power of the rules around more than 10 human kings was vast and mighty. Attacks filled the sky and instantly attacked Long Chun. The spectators from various clans gasped. With so many human kings attacking together, even a human king of the same level would probably die, let alone a Dao integration stage expert. Divine technique, moon-treading steps. The moment the countless attacks landed, Long Chen's feet changed rapidly. His speed suddenly increased by several times, and crescent-shaped ripples spread out. Not only that, but the crowd also noticed that Long Chun seemed to have an inexplicable rhythm beneath his feet, as if he was one with the earth. Every step he took covered dozens of meters. Pucci. Countless attacks followed closely behind Long Chun like dazzling fireworks, but they were always left behind. Long Chen's body was instantly surrounded by 4-colored flames. The human king of the God Wolf clan in front of him was instantly pulverized by the flames. The power of the 4 heavenly flames was not something a normal king could withstand. The second elder of the God Wolf clan immediately shouted, "Attack him from a distance. Don't get close to him. The flame in his hand is too strange." While everyone's attention was focused on Long Chun, Jian Shisan and the others quickly returned to the original array formation. They knew that they could not be a burden to Long Chun. The members of the God Wolf clan completely ignored Jian Shisan and the others. Each of them displayed their movement techniques and followed closely behind Long Chun. Dozens of human kings chased after Long Chun, but their expressions were very ugly. That was because Long Chen's movement techniques and strange footwork complemented each other. His speed was ridiculously fast. However, when Long Chun rushed into the valley of the third mountain, he stopped. The moment he stopped, attacks from all directions instantly arrived. The Haotian bell appeared, and a faint cyan radiance forcibly blocked everyone's attacks. However, the cracks on the bell finally completely cracked, and the entire artifact was turned into iron shavings. Although Long Chun stopped, the crowd still had no intention of approaching him. One after another, incomparably powerful attacks bombarded him. Every attack was covered with the power of rules. The Heavenly Remnant sword suddenly appeared in Long Chen's right hand. Although the sword had not been unsheathed, It emitted a terrifying pressure. The members of the God Wolf clan could not help but be stunned. They looked deeply at the long sword in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen muttered to himself, "This sword has just been formed. Even if it is not unsheathed, it will be stained with blood today." As Long Chen's voice faded, the long sword in his hand pointed to the sky. He said in a cold voice, "Formless sword art, second move. Soul sword body beheading." Buzz! The long sword was still in the sheath, but it galloped out and transformed into a stream of light, rushing toward the human kings of the God Wolf clan. The dozen human kings were not afraid of Long Chen's battle prowess. However, when the sword flew out, they only felt a chill shoot up to the top of their heads. Before the long sword arrived, the bodies of the human kings standing in front were covered with sword wounds in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere. God Wolf true form. The dozen human kings of the God Wolf clan felt a great sense of danger and transformed into their bloodline true forms at the same time. Bang! 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 However, even so, the bodies of 3 human kings exploded out of thin air, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. The remaining dozen or so human kings of the God Wolf clan attacked at the same time. More than a dozen near-tangible power of rules forcibly repelled the sword sheath. The brilliance that filled the sky was incomparably dazzling. The members of the various ancient clans had just caught up. Now that they saw this scene, they were overwhelmed with shock. They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and stare at Long Chen. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, 3 human kings of the God Wolf clan died. Could this Long Chen really be able to fight against more than a dozen human kings by himself? How is this possible? More than a dozen human kings transformed into their bloodline true forms. Does this Long Chen really have such strength? The members of the various ancient clans cried out in alarm. They originally thought that Long Chen was only trying to stall for time by running away. However, he actually stopped and even killed 3 human kings. The illusory divine souls of the 3 human kings were still in the same place. Their faces were filled with malevolence and fear. In their eyes, Long Chen was clearly a Dao integration stage youth. However, they did not know how to block that sword. Their flesh and blood were directly separated from their divine souls. It was truly terrifying. However, this was not the end. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Long Chen made a grabbing motion with his right hand. The divine souls of the 3 human kings flew uncontrollably toward his hand. How can this be? What a powerful oppressive force. How do you possess such a powerful divine soul? The 3 divine souls almost instantly transformed into a ball of light green aura that spiraled around Long Chen's hand. Puff! The divine souls of the human kings were instantly crushed by Long Chen. Waves of bloodline aura once again surged into Long Chen's body. It had to be said that the ancient desolate land was truly a good place for Long Chen. Almost everyone here possessed the power of bloodline. This was extremely beneficial for him in awakening the 3rd stage of the heavenly dragon bloodline physique. Chapter 3:24. Close Combat. The vast heaven bell, 4 types of flames that could instantly kill the king of killers at close range. His sword techniques and martial techniques were ridiculously powerful. His movement techniques were also extremely strange. The members of the God Wolf clan looked at Long Chen and felt a chill run down their spines. If this person didn't die, the entire God Wolf clan wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Inside the Blood Wolf barrier, even the members of the Soul Greenvine clan were alarmed after hearing the second elder's words. The Blood Wolf barrier was a bloodline ability of the God Wolf clan. It was also the foundation of the God Wolf clan's foothold in the northern region. In an instant, the remaining 10 members of the God Wolf clan were surrounded by blood-red light, which filled the entire space and enveloped Long Chen. The thick smell of blood made the surrounding people frown and cover their mouths and noses. Within the Blood Wolf enchantment, The divine weapon in Long Chen's hand suddenly stopped moving, and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. Then, the sky full of attacks once again bombarded Long Chen. When the light dissipated, the sword light in front of Long Chen was like a sword aura, blocking everyone's attacks. Long Chen's face was slightly pale, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Since your spirit is so powerful, why don't you just kill them? If you really can't, you could draw your sword. I can easily finish them off for you. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Long Chen's ears, and there was even a hint of mockery in it. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This sword spirit was born with a rebellious nature. Although it could nurture a sword soul and was produced by the divine weapon pillar, its words already had some doubts about Long Chen's strength. What? Do you think I don't have the strength to wield this sword? Although you have merged with the sword in my hand, it is not impossible for me to erase your spiritual sense. Long Chen's voice was calm, but the sword spirit in the broken heavenly sword did not dare to speak. The members of the God Wolf clan charged towards Long Chen once again. Once again, a bloody aura enveloped Long Chen. However, this time, Long Chen raised his sword. The scabbard was still there, but the words that came out of Long Chen's mouth shocked everyone. Lesser Saint Technique, Heaven-Conquering Sword. With a slash of the sword, the enchantment around Long Chen was cut into two from top to bottom. A beam of sword light was parallel to the sky, falling straight down. Close to 10 God Wolf clans, human king powerhouses each displayed their powerful strength, forcefully resisting this sword with the power of rules. At this time, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They had heard Long Chen's low shout. Even if they hadn't heard it, they would have seen this sword move. With a single sword strike, he had forcefully shaken nearly 10 human kings. This was a sword technique at the level of a sub-saint. Although the enchantment had dissipated, this sword strike had only killed 2 human kings. Long Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Regardless of whether it was the formless sword technique or the sub-saint sword technique, they were both extremely powerful. However, his cultivation was only at the Wei integration stage, so the power he had displayed was less than 1/100th. Moreover, these people had attacked from a distance and used the power of rules. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for this sword strike to forcefully shake 10 human kings. Long Chen, who was originally thought to be killed in an instant, didn't die. Instead, he had once again killed several human kings from the God Wolf clan. In particular, he had even used a sub-saint sword technique. A sub-saint sword technique was extremely rare even among the great ancient clans of the northern region. Long Chen, who came from the northern region, actually possessed such a terrifying sword technique. It was truly inconceivable. When the second elder of the God Wolf clan saw that 2 more human kings had died, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, their mission was to obtain something from the 5th stage of the Sacred Mountain. However, now that their God King experts had died one after another, they had long lost the ability to resist the Soul Ivy clan. I have to say that I really underestimated you. Not only does a Wei integration stage expert have the strength to fight against a human king, but he also possesses many treasures and trump cards. The second elder of the God Wolf clan said coldly, "Take the medicinal pill and forcefully break through the heavenly flame. Even if a few more people die, it doesn't matter." This person seems to be extremely familiar with the power of rules and martial techniques. Even if there are 10 of us, we won't be able to taste the sweetness of a long-range attack. I don't believe that he can withstand my attack at close range. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 human kings of the God Wolf clan behind him unexpectedly took a blood-red medicinal pill without the slightest hesitation. As soon as the medicinal pill entered their mouths, their eyes turned blood red in an instant. There was no longer any trace of black and white. However, their cultivation aura rose directly to the mid-stage human king realm. 2 of them even reached the 4th stage human king realm. Seeing this scene, the corners of the Soul Ivy clan's mouth curled into a smile. Once the God-Wolf clan used this medicinal pill, they would no longer have the qualifications to compete for the 5th level. Right at this moment, the Soul Ivy clan's higher-up finally spoke. He said to Long Chun in an arrogant voice, "If you ask me for help now, I can still save you." The Soul Ivy clan's higher-up's words were rather playful and even had a trace of mockery. He even deliberately emphasized the word ask. Long Chun could not help but frown when he saw the 5 people's cultivation soar after taking the medicinal pill and charging toward him. He knew that he could only use secret techniques and take medicinal pills to temporarily increase his cultivation now. Long Chun was not afraid of long-range attacks, no matter how much nomological power these people used. After all, his comprehension of the nomological power was too deep. Just as the second elder of the God-Wolf clan had said, once Long Chun got close, his cultivation would not be able to withstand the attack of a 6th-stage divine king. The difference between their realms was too great. Moreover, there were so many members of the God-Wolf clan behind him. Once he got close and was held back by one of them, only death would await him. Seeing that the 5 people were already in front of him, Long Chun chose to release the strange fire. The moment the 4 strange fires appeared, the 5 people did not retreat at all. They actually relied on the powerful physical bodies of human kings and the nomological power to forcibly open a passage. The second elder's bloodline body behind them attacked with his mountain-like sharp claws. The claws were covered with boundless mighty power, and the surrounding space was torn apart. This attack was probably enough to collapse a mountain. At this critical moment, Long Chun finally threw a medicinal pill into his mouth. The spiritual power from all directions suddenly surged toward him. The aura around his body soared wildly. Doubt Integration Stage 4. Doubt Integration Stage 5, Doubt Integration Stage 6, Doubt Integration Stage 7. Long Chun's cultivation level increased by 4 levels consecutively. However, the spiritual power around him was very chaotic. The dragon soul in his dantian was also restless. The light on its scales was sometimes dim and sometimes bright. Bang! Long Chun panted heavily. The flames on his right arm suddenly shot out. The bodies of the 5 middle-stage human kings were instantly destroyed, and their souls were burned into green smoke. Die! The second elder of the God-Wolf clan's huge wolf claws came crashing down. Long Chun held his long sword and stabbed forward. Crackle! The long sword and the huge wolf claws came to a deadlock in the air. The space between them was torn apart. The two seemed to repel each other and could not move forward. Chapter 325. The end of the 4th stage. The 2 powerful forces blended with a loud bang, erupting with a terrifying pressure. Long Chun's face suddenly turned cold, and the long sword in his hand struck again. Formless sword art, soul, sword body, slash. As Long Chun's voice fell, countless cracks appeared on the arm of the second elder of the God-Wolf clan, and half of his body exploded into minced meat. Bang! The second elder of the God-Wolf clan, who was at the 6th stage of the human king realm, retreated a few hundred meters. However, Long Chun's figure followed him like a shadow. The spectators were extremely shocked by Long Chun's battle prowess. Even after consuming elixirs, he was only at the 6th stage of the Tao integration realm. However, he was actually able to fight evenly with a 6th stage human king. However, the spectators also realized that Long Chun's swordsmanship was peerless. Whether it was divine techniques or sub-saint techniques, they were all at his fingertips. It was truly terrifying. How is this possible? The power of his swordsmanship has increased by more than 10 times. The second elder of the God-Wolf clan turned pale with fright. The remaining 4 human kings of the God-Wolf clan charged forward again. However, the current Long Chun was not someone they could withstand. Under the sub-saint swordsmanship, a human king at the 4th stage of the Tao integration realm could be killed with a single strike. Their souls had no chance of escaping in front of Long Chun. In less than an hour, the human kings of the God-Wolf clan were all killed, leaving only a 6th stage human king. seeing half of the second elder of the God-Wolf clan gradually regrowing his flesh and blood, the people of the Candle Dragon clan and the Pill Palace clan sighed. However, their gazes fell on the sword in Long Chen's hand. The sword had not been unsheathed from the beginning to the end. They were extremely afraid of this sword. If the sword spirit of the Void Soul Elder appeared, none of them would be able to survive. On the other hand, they somewhat admired Long Chen. A restriction was placed in their minds, but did not have the slightest intention of manipulating them to become enemies with the God-Wolf clan. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and Long Chen had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Half of the Soldier Mountain had been destroyed, and countless soul beasts had been killed by the two of them. The second elder of the God-Wolf clan finally retreated in defeat. Long Chen's attacks rained down on him like a torrential downpour. Although Long Chen was only at the Tao integration stage, he felt as though he was facing a human king of the same level. He had seen such a situation before. In the Wasteland, the Taoists of the ancient clans above the 3-star level were formed by piling up countless natural treasures. But what kind of Tao disciple was Long Chen? He was just a young man from the barren lands of the northern region. The second elder of the God-Wolf clan was forcefully smashed into the ground by Long Chen. His entire body was covered in cracks, but the powerful recovery ability of a human king allowed him to persevere. Once the sacred mountain appears, my God-Wolf clan will fight to the death with you. The second elder of the God-Wolf clan didn't even have time to gasp for breath. His entire body suddenly erupted with boundless divine light. He had actually chosen to self-detonate his human sovereign physique. At the same time, Long Chen retreated. He was panting heavily as the terrifying wounds on his body began to heal. The second elder of the God-Wolf clan was simply too powerful. Long Chen wasn't willing to give him the slightest chance. Otherwise, just one elixir wouldn't have been enough to kill him. The silver-white scales on Long Chen's body gradually disappeared. His expression suddenly became ecstatic. He had killed many human kings in the Sacred Mountain and absorbed all their bloodline power. Now, his three-eyed thunder dragon, celestial body had reached its limit. Looking inside his body, one could see that the blood all over his body was gradually turning into a bluish-gold color. Even his bones were beginning to change. On the other side, all the human kings of the God-Wolf clan were dead. This caused the expressions of the various clans, and even the human kings of the Soul Ivy clan, to stiffen. They felt like they were in a fantasy story. More than a dozen human kings had died, just like that. Even those at the 6th stage of a human king realm were forced to self-detonate by Long Chen. Is this person really from a remote place in the north of the North region? Why does he have so many combat skills? Why is his bloodline power not weaker than the God-Wolf clans? I'm afraid that when he sets foot in the Waste region in the future, he will be on par with the Taoists of various clans. His combat strength has reached a shocking level. If he stays in the North region, he will be able to wipe out all the major ancient clans in less than 3 years. The people of various ancient clans were constantly exclaiming. The people of the Divine Arrow clan and the Shumi clan were in despair. How long had it been since they abandoned Long Chen and joined the Divine Arrow clan? However, Long Chen's strength had already reached such a shocking level. The faces of the Divine Arrow clan, the major 5-star ancient clans, and even the higher-ups of the Soul Ivy clan gradually darkened. No one knew what they were thinking. However, at this moment, the passageway to the 4th level slowly appeared in the middle of the 8 military mountains. It was a light green light door. Long Chen's body was still covered in medicinal power. He shouted to Jian Shi-san and the others behind him, "You guys stay on this level and cultivate as much as you can. Don't enter the next few levels." After Long Chen finished speaking, he rushed into the 4th level at lightning speed. At the same time, the major ancient clans looked at each other and followed closely behind. However, most of them were human kings. Many of the mythical soul stage cultivators chose to stay on the military mountains. If there were rare opportunities here, it was highly possible for them to comprehend the rules and step into the human king realm. To them, the third level was the place with the greatest opportunities. The subsequent levels would only bring them harm. The three people from the Candle Dragon clan and the Pill Palace looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They did not choose to enter the fourth level. They were still somewhat fearful because of the restrictions that Long Chun had set up. They were unwilling to continue walking with Long Chun. The person from the Pill Palace stared at the human king of the Candle Dragon clan and said thoughtfully, "This person seems to have a deep relationship with your clan. If your clan can pull him into your clan, I'm afraid you'll have another heaven-defying Tao disciple." The human king of the Candle Dragon clan looked at the passageway to the fourth level and shook his head with a smile. "I have to report this matter to my clan. However, I hope that this person won't come to our clan. Our clan situation has already been decided. We can't tolerate any more changes." While they were talking, the remaining mythical soul stage cultivators from the various major ancient clans suddenly felt a wave of palpitations. Everyone turned to look at where Jian Shur-san and the others were. Invisible ripples started to land on top of Jian Shur-san's head. The pupils of the few human kings suddenly shrank. Under their powerful divine consciousness, countless rules above Jian Shur-san's head rushed toward him from the 8 military mountains. This person seems to be Long Chen's disciple. He seems to be about a step into the human king realm. The Candle Dragon clan members were extremely shocked. What rules are these? The rules that he comprehended seemed to be related to swords. He has the intent of every sword in the 8 military mountains. This person's comprehension is not bad. While everyone was discussing, the fourth level was already filled with thunderous roars. The light of countless arrays covered the sky. The fourth level was actually a vast ocean. Countless white bones with purple patterns soared into the sky. They were densely packed together and emitted a dazzling light like a galaxy of rocks. Chapter 326. Angering every race, the people of every race looked at the scene a few thousand meters away, their eyes filled with shock. The fourth level was called the Starry Sea Bone Formation. Every purple-striped white bone in this formation could possibly contain murderous intent. Not only that, but the purple-striped white bones would change once someone stepped into the formation. The only way to pass safely was to sense the power of the rules emitted by the purple striped bones. If one was not careful, even a late-stage human king would be doomed. However, when they entered this place, they saw that Long Chun was already 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye, as if he was walking on flat ground. 1,000 meters away, Long Chun looked back and heaved a sigh of relief. His body was extremely weak now. The side effects of the elixir had engulfed his entire body. Although he had specially prepared the elixir for the sacred mountain, there was still an hour of weakness. However, since Long Chun had chosen to take the elixir, he had already thought of a way out. The fourth level posed no threat to him at all. In fact, he had deliberately opened the entrance to the fourth level in advance because he had used his divine consciousness to activate the spiritual power roaming above the soldier mountain. Although his enemy was only the God Wolf clan, he was not willing to put his life in their hands. Every purple-striped white bone here contains the power of the rules. If you want to pass safely, you have to use your own power of the rules to interact with each other and see the killing formation inside. Long Chen's eyes flashed with countless formation patterns. Ever since he had entered the depths of the mountain, he had discovered that there were countless formations in every corner of the ancient God Mountain. After passing these levels, he had become more proficient in the use of formations. Relying on his understanding of the power of the rules and the advantage of the formation inheritance, the only thing left in the fourth level was luck. Long Chun was not fast. He moved left and right at times, plucking the purple striped white flowers one by one and putting them into his mouth. The purple striped white flower was the most precious item in the fourth level. It was also the goal of the ancient clan experts to enter this place. The flower was not a spiritual medicine, nor was it a physical object. It was cold as silk when it entered his mouth. It was the pure power of the rules condensed by the purple striped white bone formation in the fourth level. Although Long Chen's speed was not fast, the eyes of the ancient clans behind him were already wide open. The clans had made many preparations for the fourth level, but their speed was not even 1/10 of Long Chen's. What made them even angrier was that Long Chen was eating the purple striped white flowers. Long Chen had plucked more than 10 rows of white flowers on the left and right. Thousands of meters down the path, Long Chen had eaten dozens of white flowers. This isn't Long Chen from the north of the northern region. Why is it so easy for him to pass the fourth level? The higher-ups of the Soul Green Vine clan could not help but scold him. The other ancient clans could not help but snort coldly. No wonder this person charged into the fourth stage at the first moment. He's pretty scheming. All the ancient clans were now following the lead of the Spirit Green Vine clan. Although the God Wolf clan was destroyed, the Spirit Green Vine clan's strength was almost completely preserved. Moreover, the Soul Green Vine clan was the true ruling clan of the northern region. They were personally appointed by the ancient clans of the 3 stars of the wasteland. Now that the God Wolf clan could not bring anything out of the Sacred Mountain, the Soul Green Vine clan's rule would not be threatened by the God Wolf clan for the time being. Everyone stared angrily at Long Chen's back. Suddenly, their faces froze, and they stopped probing with their artifacts, because they saw Long Chen turn back. If the purple-patterned white bones in the fourth stage were divided into 10 regions, Long Chen had already collected all the purple-patterned white flowers in 3 regions. Now that Long Chen was about to reach the end and enter the 5th level, he turned back. Even an idiot could see his purpose. This guy actually turned back to take the purple, striped white flowers. Is he really not afraid of this place? This is the 4th level. It's obviously full of danger. Why is he walking through it like it's flat ground? Is he going to take all the purple, striped white flowers? Stop shouting. He has already taken 3 flowers. If this goes on, our harvest this time will not even be 1/10 of what we got before the Sacred Mountain opened. It will be a miracle if we can break through 1 or 2 levels by luck. Everyone's angry shouts were endless. A few Human King experts even cursed Long Chen from afar. They risked their lives for the purple striped white flowers here. However, Long Chen was now panting heavily and taking small steps. From time to time, he would throw an elixir into his mouth and leisurely take the flowers away. Long Chen turned a deaf ear to everyone's shouts because he found that on average, 3 purple striped white flowers could light up 3 dragon scales on his dragon soul. 3,000 dragon scales represented 3,000 great Tao rules. Although Long Chen was only at the Tao integration stage, the difficulty of stepping into the Human King realm was probably no lower than any other Human King realm expert. The demand for rule force had reached a point that made one's hair stand on end. Due to the mystical fire beast and the comprehension he gained from killing many human kings, only a little more than 1,000 dragon scales were lit up. 3 purple striped white flowers here could light up 1 dragon scale. It was like gaining cultivation out of thin air. Even an idiot would not let go of such an opportunity. These 3,000 dragon scales represent the power of rules. They are divided into 5 areas. There are 600 of them in each area. I can absorb all kinds of power of rules. Whether it's the power of rules comprehended by other people's souls, natural treasures, or even the cores of demonic beasts, I can use them all. Long Chen gradually discovered the pattern of the power of rules on the dragon scales on the dragon soul. The 5 areas in it were the original rules of the 5 elements of the world. It was not as difficult for the dragon soul to devour the power of rules as imagined. To sum it up in one word, devour. Devour everything related to the power of rules. This way, the dragon soul could reach perfection in the shortest time possible and step into the Human King realm to gather the 3,000 great Tao. Time flew by quickly. Long Chen's weakness from consuming the elixir had long disappeared. He had also consumed close to 80% of the purple striped white flowers here. Out of the 3,000 dragon scales, 1,200 of them were lit up. His cultivation had also reached the 4th stage of the Tao integration stage. Among them, he had already lit up 600 fire elemental rules. The other 600 were from the other elemental rules. The members of the various ancient clans watched as Long Chun walked back and forth. They felt as if a mouthful of blood was stuck in their throats in the past. It was already very difficult for the various clans to obtain dozens of them. Even a large clan like the Spirit Ivy would not have more than 100 of them. However, Long Chun had already devoured close to 1,000 of them. This number was almost equivalent to the total number of ancient clans who had entered the deep mountains in the past. At this moment, there were already a few human kings from the vassal ancient clans who chose to withdraw. They had completely given up on the 4th stage and did not have any extravagant hopes for the 5th stage. Chapter 327. Burned to the ground, Long Chun was less than 100 meters away from them, but he turned around and walked in the other direction. Long Chun stepped on the purple-striped white bones casually and said, "Leaving 1/10 is already benevolent enough. If you and I were to exchange, I'm afraid we wouldn't even see a single purple-striped white flower." Long Chun shook his head and headed straight for the entrance of the 5th level. The various ancient clans had followed him into the 4th level, so they might have the intention to kill him. Long Chun didn't want to say anything more and rushed to the entrance of the 5th level. The entrance to the 5th level was known to all clans. Long Chun had been here in his previous life, so he was no exception. He drew the power of the rules with his right hand, and the complicated patterns glowed faintly. At the end of the galaxy killing formation, the door to the 5th level gradually appeared. The various ancient clans saw this from afar. When they saw that Long Chun had entered the 5th level while they were still in the first half of the 4th level, their hearts couldn't help but sink. The faces of the Green Soul Vine race's members turned ashen. A few middle-aged sovereign personages among them said coldly, "Long Chun entered the 5th stage so early. If he takes away that item, it will be troublesome." The middle-aged man who was the leader of the Soul Ivy clan frowned and said, "Only my clan and the Godwolf clan know about that item. Even if he enters the 5th level, he shouldn't be able to find it." Everyone was silent. After a long while, one of them said softly, "This person obtained the Clear Sky Bell in the 1st level, a God-level elixir in the 2nd level, and discovered the 9th mountain in the 3rd level. We don't even know what he obtained in the 4th level. He might not know about the 5th level. He seems to know more about this place than we do. I'm afraid." The faces of the Soul Ivy clan darkened, and they nodded. The middle-aged man who was the leader suddenly had a stern expression and said coldly, "Give up all the purple-striped white flowers in this level. All the human kings of the various clans will open a path for the Soul Ivy clan. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in the North region." The hearts of the surrounding ancient clans trembled. The human kings of the Soul Ivy clan were clearly murderous. The human kings of the various ancient clans below 6 stars felt bitter. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have entered the 4th level. The losses outweighed the gains. On the other hand, after stepping into the 5th stage, he shook his head slightly. In his previous life, the 5th stage was a place where all the clans fell into chaos. It could really be said that blood flowed like a river. On the other hand, the Godwolf clan and the Soul Ivy clan were fighting over the natural spirit objects on the 5 sky-reaching trees, the sky-reaching redbud vine. The 5th stage was a boundless grassland. It was quite similar to the 1st stage, but there were more rootless ancient trees. Every part of the ancient trees had a unique totem. The rootless ancient tree had huge branches and leaves that were 100 meters long. They were dark green all over and were dozens of meters long, like a huge platform. Spiritual light flickered on them, as if a treasure was about to be born. Long Chun stood where he was and did not move a single step. Every branch and leaf in the fifth level had a magic tool, each with its own unique function. In his previous life, Long Chun had risked his life and only managed to snatch one of them. Thinking about this, he could not help but laugh. In his previous life, he had risked his life for every step he took. But now, he was able to anticipate the enemy's every move, and he was victorious all the way. In his opinion, the fifth stage was not a place of opportunity. Instead, it was a place of absolute death. Once one stepped on the 5 sky-reaching trees, everyone's mind would be affected, and they would be filled with killing intent. Long Chen's right arm moved, and this was the best way to pass this stage. That was the strange flame. Daodu, tell me. Burn all 5 sky-reaching trees in this stage. I want to turn this stage into a land of death. Long Chun said indifferently as the strange flame beast appeared on his right hand. Daodu, Daodu. The strange flame beast scuttled on Long Chen's shoulder, and it seemed to be very excited as it rushed out. Its small body was like a phantom, and behind it, there were 4 magnificent flames. Although the array here was strong, and Long Chun could not understand it, the sky-reaching trees were real objects. Ordinary flames might not be able to hurt them, but Long Chun now had 4 types of strange flames. The raging flames burned the entire 5th stage, and the 5 sky-reaching trees emitted a terrifying crackling sound. The array collapsed one after another, creating countless spirit power vortexes. Magic tools fell from the sky-reaching trees one after another, like stars falling from the sky. Seeing this scene, Long Chun revealed a smile. With a wave of his hand, he put all the magic tools into his storage ring. There was only one item that he did not take. That item was the Redbud Vine. The Soul Ivy clan helped me in the 2nd stage. This favor is repaid with this item. From now on, I owe you nothing. Long Chun turned and left, not even looking at this item. Whether it was in his previous life or now, this was his principle. Kindness must be repaid, and enmity must be avenged. Walking through the 4 types of strange flames, Long Chun watched the entire 5th stage turn into scorched earth. There was no joy or sorrow in his heart. Deadwood Netherworld Fire, also known as Deadwood Ghost Fire. This item, combined with the array diagram inside, was the method to open the 6th stage. This fire was merged with the strange flame beast, and Long Chun could use it as a beginner. Long Chun had already memorized the array diagram. Long Chun put his palms together, and the Deadwood Ghost Fire streaked across the sky, drawing a smooth arc from left to right. Finally, with Long Chun's fingertip as the axis, it carved a simple totem. The black flames, the strange totems, the scorched earth, and the pungent smell of burning flames made the entire 5th stage feel desolate and desolate. The totem gradually formed, carved with the Deadwood Ghost Fire. Its shape was like a beast, but not a beast and not a human. It was extremely strange. A rotating light curtain vortex gradually appeared in the center of the huge totem. Long Chun let out a long breath, and he could not help but feel a little excited in his heart. Compared to the first 5 stages, Long Chun had never set foot on the 6th stage in his previous life. Even the people of the northern region had never entered this place. What kind of opportunities did the last 3 stages have? After Long Chun disappeared behind the vortex door, the totem carved by the black flames gradually disappeared. At the last moment before the door to the 6th stage disappeared, the Soul Ivy clan led the various ancient clans to the 5th stage. However, when they saw the desolate and scorched earth of the 5th stage, they were stunned on the spot. Long Chun actually burned the entire 5th stage? What exactly is he trying to do? A human king immediately shouted. The leader of the Soul Ivy clan was about to speak, but his eyes suddenly narrowed. His figure moved and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, there was a long purple vine in his hand. Hun Qianfan saw this scene and let out a long breath. He said, "All the items here have been taken away, but only this item was left behind. It seems like Long Chun did this intentionally. He should know the importance of this item to our clan. With this item, The Godwolf clan is no longer a threat to our Soul Ivy clan. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.